Alright, am I recording? Yes, I am. So, I have a Holland 44 game pending on that I'll be playing via Vassal. I want to buy all of the Simonich 40X games. I think I'm on the wait list for Holland 44's next printing. Yeah, I think that's... Or no, it's available now. I think this is what... Yeah, I'm going to buy this when I get paid. I'm on the wait list for a couple other 40X games that are pending. They're on the P500. But the guy that I'm playing with recommended that I read through the manual, read through the playbook, and I thought that would be a good idea, even though I have watched a whole bunch of videos on YouTube about it. So I feel pretty comfortable with how it all works. But it's good to just give it a read through. Okay, second edition, 2024. So what have we got here? We got introduction, contents, sequence of play, outline, weather, bridge demolition and repair, stacking, Zocs and Zoc bonds, movement, combat modifiers, combat results, determine defense, retreats, disruption and recovery, advance after combat, breakthrough combat, artillery units, supply, reinforcements in entry areas, night turns and replacements, breakdown units and merging units, airborne landings, special rules, traffic markers, unknown units, how to win, optional rules, scenarios, hints for players, credits, index, expanded sequence play. Okay, so yeah, all of this looks familiar to me. Maybe the breakdown stuff is I'm the least familiar with. All right, introduction. Maybe let's make this big. Okay. Holland 44 is a two-player game depicting the Allies' combined ground and airborne attack in the Netherlands during World War II, which was codenamed Operation Market Garden. One player controls the Allied forces and the other controls the German forces. Each player attempts to occupy territorial objectives and destroy the opposing enemy forces. The following abbreviations are used in these rules: CRT, Combat Results Table, or Result Table, DD, Determined Defense, DRM, Die Roll Modifier, EZOC, Enemy Zone of Control, LOS, Line of Supply, okay, that's different, it's normally Line of Sight, MA, Movement Allowance, MPs, Movement Points, OOS, Out of Supply, TEC, Terrain Effects Chart, TM, Tactical Movement, VP, Victory Point, ZOC, Zone of Control. Okay, so LOS is the one that wasn't, and MA, those are the two that I wasn't that familiar with. Okay, contents, 2.1, inventory. A complete game of Holland 44 includes the following: one full-size map sheet, 22 by 34 inches, one map section, 17 by 22 inches. Oh, what's that? 3 sheets of counters, 2 identical player aid cards. Okay, 1 at start setup card, 2 order of appearance cards, 1 allied, 1 German, 1 rules booklet, 1 playbook, 2 dice, 6-sided. Okay. The map, 2.2.1, scale. The width of each map hex represents about 2 kilometers. Terrain. Consult the terrain effects chart for a complete list of the map's terrain and how it affects movement and combat. Rivers inside hexes. Ignore minor rivers that flow through the middle of a city or marsh hex. The importance of the river as a barrier to movement and an aid to defense has been mitigated by the surrounding terrain. Okay. Got it. Counters. There are 2 types of game pieces: combat units and markers. All pieces with a defense strength, including unknown units, are considered combat units. All others are markers. Attack strength. The strength of the unit when attacking. Defense strength. The strength of the unit when defending. Movement allowance. The maximum number of movement points the unit may expend for movement and still attack in the combat phase. Okay. Unit ID. The name or identification number of the unit. Morale rating. Units with their defense strength in a red box are elite. I feel like that should really be training. It's not really morale, it's really training. Those with their defense strength in a white box are low quality. All others are normal. This rating is used for the following purposes: the morale shift, as a DRM on the determined defense table, as a DRM on the rally table. So the morale shift, I think, is, yeah, okay, it's the CRT. Let's see, should I read that now or later? Summary of unit types. Maybe let's go through all of 2 before I read that box. Unit size. 1 bar is a company, 2 is battalion, 3 is a regiment, and X is a brigade. KG stands for Kampfgruppe. In brackets means it's an approximate size. Maybe I should take notes on the stuff that I'm, that's new. Well, I'll just go through it. Plus or minus, let me, on my notepad, let's see. Let's do that. Okay. Stuff that's new to me. Let's do 2. What's 2? What is section 2? Contents. Okay. Plus or minus with added elements or missing elements, respectively. Okay. Summary of unit types. All units are either mechanized or non-mechanized. This is important for determining the cost to move into each hex, or if the unit can move into the hex at all. Okay. Non-mechanized is infantry, parachute infantry, glider infantry, security, replacement airsats, machine gun. I don't know what airsats means. I think that just means fake, right? Machine gun, fortress infantry. Okay. Mechanized includes mechanized or panzer grenadier, motorized infantry, engineers, airborne supply head, artillery, bridging unit, 88 millimeter flak, tank, Daimler Dingo recon, SDKFZ 222 recon. Okay. These are infantry type units. Okay, so all of these are infantry. Anti-tank units are the stars. Okay, it's just that one. Armored units. Tank and reconnaissance units are collectively called armored units. Okay, so these are armored units. What's the blue? Vehicle type units. Interesting. Okay. So these are mechanized, but they're not vehicle type units. These are vehicle type units, and they're mechanized. Okay. Got it. What's the 2 dots again? That's armored units, right? Okay. List of tank units. Sherman, Char B1, Cromwell, Jagdpanzer 4. What is that? Oh, it's an anti-tank unit. Panzerkampfwagen 3, Panzerkampfwagen 4, Stug 3, Jagdpanther, Panther, Tiger 1, Tiger 2. Okay. All of these are in this game? Oh, is this? No, it's not the series rules. It's just the game rules. All of these different tanks are in the game? I'm not sure about that. Vehicle units are combat units whose firepower or main function comes mainly from their vehicles. These units have the following unique characteristics. So that's the blue ones, right? They may only enter and exit polder and marsh hexes via roads or when using a ferry. Okay. Got it. I wonder what the bridging unit weaponry is. Or this. Okay, well, whatever. They may only cross when using a ferry. Okay, so you can use a ferry and enter a polder or marsh hex or exit. Okay, I get it. I got it. They may only cross canals and rivers at bridges and ferries. Okay. There are limits on when and how many vehicle unit steps may cross a ferry hex side. Okay, got it. Play note, mechanized infantry, motorized infantry, and engineers are mechanized units, but not vehicle units. Got it. Tank units. These are important for earning or denying the armor shift. Armor rating. A qualitative rating given to tank and anti-tank units. Let me turn it on. The higher the better. Armor rating. Used to determine the armor shift. Armor rating. But they didn't show that on the... I think that's on the counter, right? Infantry type units. Infantry type units may cross unbridged canals and rivers. See the terrain effects chart. Okay. Unbridged canals and rivers. Got it. Setup and arrival information. So these guys... Oops, where is he? These are infantry type. So even though they have vehicles, they can still cross those rivers. I wonder if they get to keep their vehicles when they cross. I think they do. It's kind of abstracted. Setup and arrival information indicates the turn the unit arrives and the entry area it arrives at. A white box or white 4-digit number indicates an at start unit. These are all the... I should keep it like this so I can see the counters. Okay, so we've got the infantry unit, the unit size, arrival information. So that was the one I just read. So it's the turn the unit arrives, so turn 3, and the entry area it arrives at, Y, entry area Y. Unit ID, attack, defense, morale, movement allowance, unit type. Right, unit type. Okay. Tank unit, division emblem, silhouette, armor rating, attack strength. Armor rating is used for the shift, attack strength, defense strength, setup information. So that stands for 30 core. The white box means that it is an at start unit. Got it. So this is not an at start unit. It comes in turn 3. Got it. Motorized infantry unit. Triangle indicates unit arrives at reduced strength. Okay. So how does it come back to full strength? I guess with like reinforcement points, something like that. Artillery unit. Front range is 4. It has 1 step. It's a free stacking unit indicator. That's the white thing. S means it's artillery support. D is defense strength. And it has a movement allowance of 1. The back shows the fired side. And the brackets means it's approximate. I saw that somewhere. Where was approximate size? So it's approximately a regiment. Got it. Got it. Airborne supply head. The front defense strength in parentheses indicates it is used on a conditional basis. Defense strength. Defense strength in parentheses. It is used on a conditional basis. Okay. Movement allowance of 2. It's a white box. That means it's starting. It starts on the first turn in entry area Z. The rear is the depleted side. Depleted at the end of turn 5. Okay, so it's conditional basis. The defense strength is used on a conditional basis. Got it. Sample markers, out of supply, bridge intact, automatic DS. I think that's defender shattered. River assault, disrupted, full retreat, blown bridge, traffic scattered, engaged, and artillery moved. And I basically know what all these are, more or less. Okay. Unit colors. The background color of a unit's counter denotes its nationality or branch of service. Khaki is British, green is US, light brown is Canadian, reddish brown is Polish, orange is Dutch, gray is German Wehrmacht, black is German Waffen-SS, Blue-gray is German Luftwaffe. Interesting. Dark blue is German Kriegsmarine. Do they have those units in this? Okay. Steps. Units have either 1, 2, or 3 steps. A stripe across a counter indicates a unit having lost 1 or 2 steps. This is a visual reminder the unit is eligible to recover steps from replacements or merging units. When a 3-step unit takes a second step loss, it is replaced with a remnant, 11.4, of the appropriate type. Got it. Shown above are the 3 steps of the 1501-101 Battalion. And I don't remember how to read that. It's like 1st Airborne Division, 501st Regiment, 101st Battalion, something like that. Does it go straight from division to regiment? I'm not sure about that. Okay, sequence of play outline. Holland 44 is played in game turns. A game turn is composed of 2 player turns. Each player turn is subdivided into several phases. The player who is performing his player turn is referred to as the phasing player. Each game turn is played in the following order. Weather phase. Weather is determined for both the AM and PM turns at the start of the AM turn. Skip this phase on PM and night turns. The Allied player turn. The German player turn. Okay. A player turn comprises the following phases. The artillery resupply phase, the bridge phase, the air landing phase, Allied player turn only, the movement phase, the combat phase, the recovery phase, the supply phase, and the traffic marker phase, German player turn only. And then finally, after the weather phase, Allied player turn, German player turn, you have the victory check phase. Automatic victory is checked at this time. Got it. Weather. So this is the first phase. Procedure. At the start of each AM turn, the Allied player determines the weather for the day by rolling 2 dice and consulting the weather table. Use the white die for the AM turn and the colored die for the PM turn. Record the weather by placing the AM and PM weather markers on the weather track. Weather affects the number of air units and the number of air landing points the Allied player receives, as well as the number of eligible Allied airborne artillery units allowed to resupply. Okay. Weather applies to daylight turns only. Don't roll for weather during night turns. The weather for turn 1 is automatically clear. Okay. Weather modifiers. To account for the weather forecast for September 18th and 19th, modify turns 3 and 4 weather rolls by -1 and turns 6 and 7 by +2. Okay, that's something you don't want to forget. The weather table. Die roll. AM turn is clear, cloudy, cloudy, overcast, overcast, overcast. PM turn is clear, 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 cloudy, cloudy, overcast. Got it. Die roll modifiers. -1 to turns 3. Okay, so it's got a reminder. And I'm assuming this is on the player aid. Treat results less than 1 as 1 and greater than 6 as 6. Effects of weather. Clear. The Allied player receives 9 air landing points. The Allied player receives 2 air units. All eligible airborne artillery may flip to their ready side. Cloudy. The Allied player receives 4 air landing points. The Allied player receives 1 air unit. 1 eligible airborne artillery may flip to its ready side. Okay. Overcast and night turns. The Allied player receives no air landing points. The Allied player receives no air units. No airborne artillery may flip to their ready side. Okay. So it feels like if you're doing all this on Vassal, you really should have the German player roll for weather. Oh, but turn 1 weather is automatically clear. So you don't have to worry about this. But maybe on the future turns, have the German player roll for weather. Okay, bridge demolition and repair. The bridge phase. During this phase, the phasing player may destroy, repair, and rewire bridges for demolition. A ferry hex side may not be destroyed. Okay. Bridge demolition in general. Only the German player may destroy, or the colloquial blow, bridges. Bridge demolition occurs in the Allied player's movement and combat phases, or during the German player's bridge phase. To blow a bridge, roll 1 die and consult the bridge demolition table. Okay. If the result is blown, the bridge is destroyed, and a blown bridge marker is placed. Players treat a blown bridge as an unbridged river canal hex side. Okay. Important. Bridges may never be blown across minor rivers, and therefore there are no bridge symbols printed there. Minor rivers. Okay. Bridges may never be blown across minor rivers, and therefore there are no bridge symbols printed there. Oh, okay. I understand. So what they're saying there is that you see these smaller river hexes, these things, these are minor rivers. And so they're so small that you don't even see a bridge icon. Got it. Intact or wired for demolition. Intact markers. Every bridge except the Arnhem, Nijmegen, and Westervoort bridges starts the game wired for demolition and may be blown. If the bridge demolition attempt fails, place an intact marker next to the bridge. Okay. That bridge is now safe for the Allied player and may not be blown unless the bridge again is rewired for demolition. Okay. Rewiring a bridge. The removal of the intact marker is allowed only in the German bridge phase if the German player has control of the bridge. This is defined as a German combat unit in good order, including an unknown unit, on at least one side of the bridge, and the other side is clear of enemy units and enemy zones of control. Friendly units negate enemy zones of control in the hex they occupy for this rule. Okay. Removal of the intact marker makes the bridge wired for demolition again. Got it. So if you had, okay, yeah, if you had like a river with a hex on each side with the bridge has been failed to blow, you could have an Allied unit like 1 hex away from the bridge, and its zone of control would prevent rewiring it. And the way to undo that would be you'd have to move a German unit into that hex on that side of the bridge to negate that zone of control. Got it. Rewiring or demolition. You may never blow a bridge in the same bridge phase that you rewire it, nor may you rewire a bridge in the same bridge phase that you tried to blow it. It is one or the other. Got it. Bridge demolition during the Allied player turn. The moment an Allied unit either moves or advances after combat adjacent to a bridge hex side, the moment an Allied unit either moves or advances after combat adjacent to a bridge hex side, or attempts to move, attack, or advance after combat across a bridge that is wired for demolition, adjacent to a bridge hex side, okay? Or attempts to move, attack, or advance after combat across a bridge that is wired for demolition, the German player may attempt to blow the bridge. He is not required to do so. If the German player fails or declines to blow the bridge when an Allied unit crosses the bridge, or attacks across the bridge, or moves or advances adjacent to the bridge when the opposite side is already Allied controlled, an intact marker is placed. Okay. Bridge demolition in the German bridge phase. The German player may attempt to blow a bridge during his player turn if both a German and Allied unit are within 1 hex of the bridge. And the German unit is in good order, and either adjacent to the bridge or its path to the bridge is not traced through enemy units. Within 1 hex of the bridge, okay. Or across an enemy zone of control bond. So I think what this is saying is that, yeah, you don't have to be in the actual hex that the bridge lands in. You can be 1 hex away from it, as long as there's no enemy zone of control, no enemy unit in the hex that actually has that side of the bridge in it. Not through. Oh, so you can have an enemy zone of control. It's just can't have an enemy unit or a zone of control bond. Got it. Or across an enemy zone of control bond. See example on the next page. The bridge must be wired for demolition. If the demolition attempt is unsuccessful, an intact marker is placed. Okay. The bridge demolition table. Die roll of 1 to 2, nothing happens. 3 to 6, it's blown. Die roll modifier, -1. All attempts on turn 1 treat modified results less than 1 as 1. Okay. Special demolition restrictions. May never be blown. The Arnhem, Nijmegen, and Westervoort road bridges may never be blown. These bridges have an orange interior for easy recognition. Not on turn 1. The Grave Bridge, Grave or Grave? I need to learn how to pronounce these things. Grava. The Grava Bridge. The V at the end is pronounced as a softer V sound, so much of it V in love, rather than a sharp F sound. Grava, love, Grava. Okay? The Grava Bridge, how do you pronounce Westervoort? Okay. Westervoort.
Westervoort. Westervoort.
Westervoort. I don't know, something like that. Grava. The Grava Bridge may not be blown during the allied player turn of turn 1. On turn 1, the bridge is captured and an intact marker is placed if an allied unit crosses the bridge or both sides of the bridge are occupied by allied units. This bridge is indicated with orange stripes. Okay. Bridge repair. Players may repair bridges at original bridge sites. Railroad bridges across major rivers cannot be rebuilt. For the allied player to repair a bridge, the following 2 conditions are necessary. A bridging unit in good order with no out of supply or engaged markers must be adjacent to the bridge hex side. The other hex adjoining the bridge hex side must be clear of enemy units and enemy zones of control. Friendly units negate enemy zones of control in the hexes they occupy for the purpose of this rule. The German player may only repair bridges using the automatic repair method. Okay, got it. Example. It is the bridge phase of the German player's turn, and the German player wants to blow as many bridges as possible. He cannot blow the bridges marked A because they are not within 1 hex of an allied unit. A. Okay, so these are not within 1 hex of... Okay, right. So this guy doesn't have to... This guy can't... Right. This guy is able to blow all the bridges that touch his hex, but he's also able to blow bridges that touch 1 hex away from him. So these ones in A, he cannot blow because they're 2 hexes away from him. 1, 2. Got it. He cannot blow the bridges marked B because they are not within 1 hex of a German unit. Oh. Okay. Allied. So allied meant actual allied, like the Americans. Okay, so these ones... Okay, right, I get it. So these ones are not within 1 hex of an allied unit. Oh. So the allied guy... It doesn't just have to be when the allied unit is in the hex. It's when it gets even 1 hex away from where the bridge lands. Okay. Right, and he cannot blow the bridges in marked B because they're not within 1 hex of a German unit. Right. Well, I mean, this one's also not within 1 hex of a German unit, but sure, I get the point. He cannot blow the bridges marked C over here because the 1 hex range may not enter or cross an enemy zone of control bond or a hex containing an enemy unit. Got it. So this is a bond. You can blow this bridge. Okay. Right. And this one doesn't have a bond, but it has an enemy unit, so you can't blow this one either. All other bridges may be blown by the German player on a die roll of 3 to 6. So all of these ones. Got it. That was a good example. Okay, procedure. Right, read all this. Bridge repair is conducted in a 2-part process. In the first allied bridge phase that the 2 conditions above are satisfied, the blown bridge marker is flipped to its under repair side. In the next allied bridge phase, in which those 2 conditions above are still met, the blown bridge marker is replaced by an intact marker, and the bridge may be used normally that turn. So there's no die roll. It's just automatically improved. If the conditions are not met in a bridge phase, then the under repair marker may remain in place until the conditions are met. Under repair markers are removed if both sides of the bridge become enemy controlled. Both sides, okay. Got it. Enemy controlled, what does that mean? Under an enemy zone of control? Yeah, I guess that's, ZOC. Okay, automatic repair. During a friendly bridge phase, any destroyed bridge, excluding a railroad bridge across a major river, that is at least 5 hexes from all enemy units, including unknown units, but ignore friend units in entry areas, and has a road-bound supply path to a friendly entry area, can be repaired without a bridging unit. The process is the same. On the first turn, place the under repair marker. On the next turn, if both conditions are still met, the bridge is repaired. Wired for German player, intact for Allied player. Got it. At least 5 hexes from all enemy units. Okay. So that's 10 kilometers. It's like 5 miles. So your bridging units are really meant to be like at the cutting edge of the, the tip of the spear. For the Allied player, this method is only possible for bridges south of the northernmost Allied bridging unit. Note that some bridges are not connected to a road and can be rebuilt only with a bridging unit. Got it. A road-bound supply path. Got it. Play note. This is the only way the German player may repair blown bridges. Got it. 5 hexes away. from enemy units. Repair blown bridges. Okay, so that's if they want to repair a blown bridge. Wait, but why does it say wired? Rewiring a bridge. Control of the bridge is defined as a German combat unit in good order on at least one side of the bridge, and the other side is clear of enemy units and enemy zones of control. Okay, so that is what control of the bridge means, which they use that term later. Where was it? Enemy controlled, right. If both sides become enemy controlled. Oh, that's okay, so that's control of a side. That's not the control of the bridge. Okay. Okay, I see what this is saying. So what this is saying here is that when the bridge is repaired, when the bridge is repaired, it's repaired in the state of being wired for demolition for the German player. And if it's repaired by the Allied player, it's repaired in the state of being intact, meaning not wired for demolition. Got it. For the Allied player, this method is only possible for bridges south. Okay, I already read this. Got it. Okay, stacking limit. Stacking refers to the placing of more than one combat unit in a hex. Markers never count against stacking. The stacking limit is any 2 units plus 1 free stacking unit. Stacking is not judged during movement. Stacks may move through other friendly stacks with no penalty. Exception 642. Airborne supply heads and unknown units on their unrevealed side have no stacking value at all, but no more than 1 is allowed per hex. Okay. Free stacking units. One-step armored units. One-step armored units are only free stacking units as long as there are no other armored units in the hex. Artillery units. No other armored units in the hex. Okay, so that's important to remember. Artillery units, bridging units, engineer units, and flak units are free stacking units. One of these may stack in a hex for free. All such units beyond the first are counted normally against the stacking limit. Okay. Got it. What am I at? Page 6 of 20. Okay. Demi-battalions. Some battalions are represented by 2 units. For stacking purposes, they count as only 1 unit when stacked together. Demi-battalions are indicated by a color bar behind their unit ID. Okay, so that's the yellow bar here, the orange bar there. Okay, sure. So it's a reduced battalion, got it. Overstacking. Definition. If a stack exceeds the stacking limit, then it is termed overstacked and suffers the penalties of 642. When is it checked? Did they say that? Stacking is not judged during movement. Okay, so they haven't said yet when it gets checked. 642. Effects of overstacking. Defending. Oh, I see. So this is during the combat phase. If attacked, no more than 2 units plus a free stacking unit, defender's choice, may defend. All units in excess of this are completely ignored. Overstacked units must retreat if the other units in the hex retreat. Overstacked units may be used in a determined defense. Okay. So all units, overstacked units. So if a stacked, so the stack is overstacked. The units, only the units above the stacking limit are considered overstacked units. Got it. Attacking. No more than 2 units plus 1 free stacking unit may attack from an overstacked hex, determined at the moment of combat. Units that exceed the stacking limit may advance after combat, but cannot conduct breakthrough combat. I see. So you might want to overstack at the, for an attack at the beginning so that you can exploit the success of the attack. Got it. But they cannot conduct breakthrough combat. Sure. 9-step limit. At the completion of each friendly movement and combat phase, the owning player must remove enough steps from his overstacked hexes so no stack has more than 9 steps. Do not count airborne supply heads or unrevealed unknown units. Units may shed steps in order to avoid complete elimination. Play note. What's the realism of that? That seems strange to me. I guess it's just it's just a way to make sure that you don't do it. Play note. Apart from these restrictions, units in an overstacked hex suffer no ill effects and can remain so indefinitely as long as they don't exceed the 9-step limit. Cooperation. British, Polish, Canadian, Dutch, and American units may stack together without penalty. Similarly, all German units from different branches may stack together without penalty. Okay. Zones of control and zone of control bonds. General rule. The 6 hexes immediately surrounding a hex occupied by 1 or more combat units constitute the zone of control of those units. Zones of control extend across all types of terrain except unbridged major river and lake hex sides. Okay. Major river hex side. Got it. Because there's a bridge, it goes across, right? This is a, what's this? This is a minor river. What's this? A canal. Zones of control and movement. All units must stop upon entering an enemy zone of control, unless infiltrating. It costs no additional movement points to enter an enemy zone of control. It costs 2 additional movement points to exit an enemy zone of control. A unit that starts its move in an enemy zone of control may move directly into another enemy zone of control and stop, as long as it does not cross or enter an enemy zone of control bond. Okay. So you have to stop when you go in. You can move to this one and stop. You can move to this one and stop. You have to pay 2 to exit it. So you don't have to pay 2 to move from one to the other. That's an interesting I don't know, contradiction or inconsistency. Okay. I'd be interested to know the justification for that. Anyway, so other effects of zones of control. Enemy zones of control and retreats. Enemy zones of control and advance after combat. Enemy zones of control and supply paths. Zone of control bonds. In general, a hex with at least 2 steps of combat units in good order can form a zone of control bond. When 2 such units or stacks are 2 hexes apart, with 1 vacant intervening hex, they create a bond between them that no enemy unit may enter or cross. Due to the pattern of a hex grid, there are 2 types of zone of control bonds: hex bonds and hex side bonds. See examples below. Okay. Examples of zone of control bonds. Black lines indicate friendly zone of control bonds. Red lines indicate enemy zone of control bonds. Okay. Thin dashed lines indicate broken zone of control bonds. Okay, this one. The major river prevents the bond between units A and B. Okay. There is no hex side bond between units D and E. D and E. It has been negated. Okay, because of the two units. Likewise, the hex bond between units E and F. E and F has been negated by this intervening enemy unit, right? The zone of control bond between units C and D is not broken by the two minor river hex sides. Okay. Units F and G still have a zone of control bond, even though it is intersected by the enemy zone of control bonds. Unit G has a hex side bond with the friendly map edge. Got it. Interesting. Okay. Effects of zone of control bonds. Units may neither enter an enemy hex bond nor cross an enemy hex side bond during movement. Units forced to retreat into an enemy hex bond or across an enemy hex side bond are eliminated. That seems very punitive. I'd be interested to know the justification for doing it that way as opposed to like having a die roll, rolling on a CRT. Units may not, I guess if you're retreating, you're in bad order, or you're vulnerable. That makes sense. Okay, units may not advance after combat into an enemy hex bond or across an enemy hex side bond unless they are entering the defender's vacated hex. Okay. Supply can never be traced into an enemy hex bond. So I think the way that you would do this is like if you had 3 enemy units, so 1, 2, 3, and then you attack the middle one, and it is forced to retreat, you could still have a zone of control bond between these 2 units, but you can move into that hex, and I guess thereby eliminate that bond. Units may not, yeah, I've read that. Supply can never be traced into an enemy hex bond or across an enemy hex side bond, okay? Negating zone of control bonds. A hex side bond is negated when enemy units are located on each side of the intervening hex side, as between units D and E in the diagram. So they're talking about this situation. D and E, you've got 2 enemy units on either side of this hex side bond, so it negates it. A hex bond is negated when the intervening hex contains an enemy unit, as between units E and F in the same diagram. So it's this one. E and F, this bond between them, the dotted line is negated by the enemy unit in that hex. Intersecting zone of control bonds. If both players have intersecting zone of control bonds, then neither player may cross or enter the other's zone of control bond until it is negated, as with units F and G in the diagram. So that's this one that we looked at before. F cannot move into that hex. G cannot move into that hex. This enemy unit cannot move into that hex. This one, none of these enemy units can move into that hex either. Hex side bonds with the map edge. A unit can form a hex side bond, but not a hex bond, with a friendly entry area. Okay, that's the one that we saw over here. Units may not form zone of control bonds with enemy entry areas. Zone of control bonds in terrain. A zone of control bond cannot extend through a city hex, good to know, across an unbridged major river or lake hex side. Vehicle units cannot form a zone of control bond into a hex or across a hex side. They are prohibited from entering or crossing. Okay, that makes sense. Where am I at now? No, okay. Pushing hex side bonds. When determining if terrain breaks a friendly zone of control bond, push the zone of control bond to the side of the hex side of your choice. Exception. It may not be pushed into a hex containing an enemy unit, as in the following examples. So, examples. AB is not broken because those are minor rivers. BC is broken by the major river. Okay. DE is broken. DE is broken because the zone of control bond must be pushed below the river and so crosses a major river hex side. Okay, CE is not broken because you can choose to have the zone of control extend above that hex side into that empty hex. Got it. I understand. Examples. BC is broken because of the city hexes. CD is broken because the bond cannot be pushed into a hex containing an enemy unit. Got it. Right, and so A and B and D and E are like the effectively equivalent. Oh, so E is in a city hex. So it's just letting you know that you can have, well, what if D is in a city hex? Like, I think it still would work because it says, where is it? Through a city hex, yeah. So D can be in a city hex, E can be in a city hex, and it still should work. Got it. Right, movement. Do I want to do that as a separate? Oh, that's not that long. Movement, the movement phase. All combat units. Actually, how long is this? I'm on page, 7. Movement, combat, retreats. Okay. Okay, so yeah, so there's a lot of like minor stuff. Sure. Okay, movement. The movement phase. All combat units belonging to the phasing player may move during the movement phase. Each unit has a movement allowance, MA, that is the normal number of movement points, MPs, it may expend for movement during the movement phase. MA can be increased if the unit uses extended movement, 8.2. Each hex entered costs a certain number of movement points to enter, as indicated on the terrain effects chart. Movement may be made by individual unit or by stack. Units moving as a stack all pay the highest movement point cost incurred by one of them. You must complete the movement of one unit or stack before starting to move another. Okay, that's an important one to know. A unit or stack may not enter a hex occupied by an enemy unit. Exception, unknown units. Extended movement. Benefit. Units may use extended movement to increase their movement allowance by 2 movement points. Restrictions. Units that use extended movement may not move adjacent to an enemy unit, including unknown units, units in full retreat, and units across major rivers or lake hex sides. Oh, okay. So if you're doing extended movement, you cannot move next to a unit on the other side of a major river or lake hex side. Got it. A unit starting its move adjacent to an enemy unit can use extended movement. Units that use extended movement may not end their move in a hex containing another friendly unit unless it is a free stacking unit. Oh, that's a good one to know. This restriction does not apply to units using normal movement that end their move with a unit that used extended movement. Okay, got it. Example. Unit A uses extended movement to move 5 hexes. Unit B uses extended movement to move 4 hexes. It cannot move into the shaded hex since it cannot end its move with another friendly unit. However, if B started over here, A does an extended move, B can do its normal movement and still end in that hex. Tactical movement. All combat units may use tactical movement. Tactical movement does not use movement allowance or movement points and allows a unit to move 1 or 2 hexes. Units that use tactical movement may attack in the combat phase. Units using tactical movement must abide by all of the other rules of movement. Specifically, they must stop upon entering an enemy zone of control. They may not cross or enter enemy zone of control bonds. They must start adjacent to an unbridged canal in order to cross it. Got it. Infiltration. This may only be used when using tactical movement and allows any number of units to ignore enemy zones of control in city hexes. But I thought they couldn't have zones of control in city hexes. Oh, no. They can't have the bond in a city hex, but they can have a zone of control. Got it. Example, the U.S. Airborne Unit uses tactical movement to pass through the city hex. Note that zone of control bonds are not allowed through city hexes. I see. So normally this unit would have to stop in this hex because it's in an enemy zone of control. But by using infiltration and tactical movement, it's able to move here and then in the same turn move another hex here. Got it. Road movement. A unit that follows the path of a road may use the reduced cost of the road. Whenever a road crosses a minor river, a bridge is assumed to exist. Whenever a road enters a town or city hex, units are assumed to be using the road movement cost if following the path of the road. The road cost may be used when moving into and out of an enemy zone of control. Got it. Movement and rivers. Movement cost. See the terrain effects chart for the cost in movement points to cross unbridged river hex sides. Okay. Vehicle type units and waterways. Actually, I want to know how long. Hints. Okay, 30 pages. I'm just thinking like, how long do I want to make each of these? Maybe I'll do 10 pages per video. So I'll do 10 pages now, and then I'll do another 10 pages tomorrow or something like that. Where are we? Okay. Unbridged river hex sides. Vehicle type units and waterways. Vehicle type units may never cross an unbridged river or canal hex side except when using a ferry or an engineer unit. Play note. Mechanized and motorized infantry and engineer units are classified as infantry type, so they can cross unbridged minor rivers and canals. Canals. Infantry type units, unbridged minor rivers. Whenever a road crosses a minor river, a bridge is assumed to exist. Oh, whenever a road crosses a minor river, a bridge is assumed to exist. So if there's no road, there's no bridge. Oh, that's interesting. So when you see these minor rivers like these, vehicle units cannot cross them just anywhere. They have to cross them at a road. Okay, that's important to know. Canals. Infantry type units must start adjacent to an unbridged canal hex side in order to cross it, and must use tactical movement. Okay. Major rivers. Unbridged major rivers may only be crossed with the assistance of an engineer unit or at a usable ferry. Okay. If either is present, then units that use tactical movement may cross. Interesting. Okay. Play note. During movement, if a unit tries to cross a bridge and the bridge is blown, the unit can continue to move in a different direction at no additional cost in movement points. Okay. 8564 limits. This engineer thing seems important for crossing major rivers. So I guess what I don't understand is, if you could cross a major river with the assistance of an engineering unit, why do you need the bridge? There has to be... Okay, here we go. Allied engineer units may ferry up to 6 steps per turn across a major river. Ferry. Okay, I have to learn about ferries. So does a ferry require an engineer unit, and the engineer unit can only work at a ferry? With the assistance of an engineer or at a ferry, usable ferry. If either is present, then units that use tactical movement may cross. So I guess engineers are like portable ferries. Ferries. I've got to write that. Ferries. A usable ferry allows a one-step unit to cross a major river hex side if it uses tactical movement. It does not have to start adjacent. Ferries are only usable if both hexes adjoining the ferry are clear of enemy units and enemy zones of control. Friendly units negate enemy zones of control in the hex they occupy for this purpose. Unusable ferries are completely ignored for all purposes. Okay. So ferries only allow one-step units. What about engineers? Ferry limits. Let's look at the graph. The Allied player could use the ferries at A and D, but neither side can use those at B or C. German unit, enemy unit. One, two, 1, 2. Got it. Right, because it's adjacent. Got it. Okay. Ferry limits. Each ferry has the capacity to carry 1 step per turn. The type of step does not matter, with the following exceptions. The German player may not ferry across vehicle-type steps during AM and PM turns. The Allied player may not ferry across vehicle-type steps during AM and PM turns if a German unit is within 2 hexes of the ferry. So this is also making me think breaking units down may be useful to get them across ferries. The Allied player may not ferry across vehicle-type steps during AM and PM turns if a German unit is within 2 hexes of the ferry, either side of the riverbank. Okay, so that's... Okay, got it. Note, Allied engineer units may ferry up to 6 steps per turn across a major river, one of which may be a vehicle-type step. Okay. Right. Got it. Multi-step units and ferries. If a multi-step unit wishes to cross a ferry, it must use a breakdown unit. See 21.1 for details. Okay. Movement in woods, polder, and marsh hexes. Movement in woods. See the terrain effects chart for movement cost. The first 2 woods hexes entered during a movement phase cost the indicated rate, but all woods hexes after that cost an additional 1 movement point per hex. Example, 2 units use extended movement through woods hexes. The movement point cost of each hex entered is shown. So this one unit pays 1 to enter this hex, pays another 1 to go into this hex, and then after the first 2, it has to pay an additional 1. So it pays 2 to go into that hex, that's 4, and then it pays 1 more, 5, to go into here. But it has a movement allowance of 3. I guess it's doing an extended movement, right? This one starts with a movement of 5. It's doing an extended movement. It has 7. It pays 2 to enter this one. Why is that? Because it's motorized infantry. It pays 2 to enter this one. It pays 2 to enter this one. It pays an additional 1 to enter this one. That's 7. So that's its end of its move. Got it. Vehicle type units may only enter and exit polder and marsh hexes if following the path of a road or crossing a ferry. Polder and woods. A polder and woods hex, for example, 6325 is the same as a polder hex. This should have a closing parentheses here. A polder and woods hex is the same as a polder hex, except the armor shift cannot be earned in it. Okay. Automatic DS. Defending units suffer an automatic DS result during a movement phase when the phasing player has moved enough units adjacent to the defender's hex to ensure 10-to-1 odds against it. Okay. Actually, 10 combat modifiers. That's page 10. Combat modifiers is a long one. So I think I'll maybe stop before combat modifiers on page 10. Yeah. Defending units suffer an automatic DS result during a movement phase when the phasing player has moved enough units adjacent to the defender's hex to ensure 10-to-1 odds against it. Follow the combat procedure, but no air nor artillery support may be used, which are only allocated in the combat phase. At that point, the defending units immediately suffer a DS result, and survivors are retreated 2 or 3 hexes, defender's choice, by the defender abiding by the retreat guidelines. Okay. During a movement phase, follow the combat procedure, but no air or artillery support may be used, which are only allocated in the combat phase. Okay, got it. So when it's saying 10-to-1 odds, it's not including shifts. Okay. At that point, the defending units immediately suffer a DS result. So I guess like an example of this would be, you have a 1-step police German unit, and you move up 10 steps worth of allied units to attack it, something like that. So at that point you follow the combat procedure. The defending unit immediately suffers a DS result, and if survivors are retreated 2 or 3 hexes by the defender abiding by the retreat guidelines. Okay, all units that made the 10-to-1 possible are marked with auto DS markers. They cannot move any further that movement phase, nor take part in regular combat in the upcoming combat phase. The phasing player can move other units into and through the hex where the auto DS result occurred. Okay. The units marked with auto DS markers may, at any time in the subsequent combat phase, conduct their advance after combat at the appropriate bonus advance rate, including breakthrough combat, at which time the markers are removed. Got it. So this seems like something for the Allies to do in order to try to make progress in the garden phase of the operation. So you move up overwhelming odds to blow through some unit, and then you keep moving other units through that gap that it created. Because otherwise, if you were stopped at that, otherwise you would get stopped at that enemy unit, and you couldn't keep exploiting that attack as much. Okay, so let's add a note for that. Look for opportunities to get 10 to 1 odds as the allies to get an auto DS result that you can exploit with follow-on units. Sure. Example, the allied player brings enough factors against the Stug unit to achieve 10 to 1 odds. So Stug has defense of 2. This one is coming in with 14, so 7, 14, and 6 is 20. So that's 10 to 1. The German unit loses a step and is removed. The 3, oh, because it's a 1-step unit, right. The 3 British units receive an auto DS marker, and now the 2 tank units behind the attack can move down the road. Got it. Got it. Oh, wait, no, I'm using the wrong value here. So it's not, this is the defense. I want to use the attack. So this is an attack of 6, attack of 5, that's 11, attack of 9, that's 20. Got it. Okay. Combat. The basics. Maybe I want to read combat tomorrow, since I'll get it with the modifiers. I'll just read now. Units may attack adjacent enemy units during the combat phase. Attacking is voluntary. No unit or stack is forced to attack. No unit may attack or be attacked more than once per combat phase. I should write that one down. That is a good one to not forget. Okay. Exception 13.5 and breakthrough combat. Some units in a stack may attack, while others do not. All defending units in a hex must be attacked as one combined defense strength. See 642 for overstacked units. The attacker may conduct his attacks in any order and need not pre-designate them. A unit is allowed to attack into a hex or across a hex side. It is prohibited from entering or crossing in the movement phase. A unit is allowed to attack into a hex or across a hex side. It is prohibited from entering or crossing in the movement phase. Units with an attack strength of 0 may not attack. What does this mean? 8586. Oh, I think what that means is that if you don't have the movement points to enter that hex, you can still attack into it. Right. Oh, but that also means, I think what this also means is that you can attack it like a tank unit may not be able to cross a major river, but it can attack across it. It can shoot across it. Is that what it's saying? Units with an attack strength of 0 may not attack. Multi-hex combat. The attacker may attack only one hex at a time. He may not target 2 hexes in a single combat. Okay. A defending unit, or stack, can be attacked from up to 6 different adjacent hexes. Units in the same hex may attack adjacent defenders in different hexes as long as each attack is conducted separately. Okay. No unit may split its attack strength to attack a second hex in a separate attack. Okay. Unlike some other game systems, attacking units are not required to attack any or all adjacent defending units. Okay. Combat procedure. Follow these steps for each combat. Step 1. A German defender may roll for bridge demolitions before the attack takes place. If a bridge is blown, the attacker may cancel the attack. Okay. Step 2. Compare the combined attack strength of the participating attacking units against the total defense strength of the involved defending units after having applied all modifiers, and express the comparison as a numerical odds ratio, attacker to defender. Round off the odds ratio downward to conform to the nearest whole ratio. For example, a 15 to 4 would be a 3 to 1. 11 to 12 would be a 1 to 2. Step 3. The attacker determines CRT column shifts for armor and morale. The attacker then must declare whether he will use air support and/or artillery support. After taking column shifts into account, a 6-sided die is rolled, and the CRT is consulted, and the results are implemented. So this question, this makes me wonder, so when playing with Vassal, if the defender is rolling for the attack, okay, right. Yeah, so you'd have to, when you're playing with Vassal, you would have to declare this before you send it to the defender to roll the die. Got it. After taking column shifts into account, a 6-sided die is rolled. Okay. Players immediately remove any step losses, conduct determined defense, or perform retreats, and advance after combat. Okay. Minimum and maximum odds. Combat at odds less than 1 to 3 is not allowed. Combat at odds greater than 7 to 1 is resolved on the 7 to 1 column. Column shifts. Apply the minimum and maximum restriction after column shifts. When applying column shifts beyond the 7 to 1 column, assume that 8 to 1, 9 to 1, etc. columns exist. Oh, interesting. Examples. Odds of 7 to 1 with 2 shifts right, now 9 to 1, and 1 shift left, now 8 to 1, would be resolved on the 7 to 1 column. Oh, okay. Got it. Major rivers and combat. Prohibited. Combat across major rivers and lakes is prohibited except at unblown bridges. Okay, well that answers that question. And or with the aid of an engineer unit. Combat is always allowed across canals and major rivers. Okay. Canals and minor rivers. Attacking across a bridge. All units attacking across an unblown major river bridge have their attack strength halved. Okay. The defender's defense strength may be doubled. 10.8.2. Okay. Major river assaults. Only the allied player may attack across an unbridged major river or lake hexside. In order to attack across such a hexside, the following 3 conditions must be met. All units participating must be stacked with an engineer unit. All units participating must be in good order and not engaged. At least one infantry type unit participates in the attack, and that unit started the allied player turn adjacent to the major river or lake hex side and did not move. Play note. The engineer unit plus a free stacking unit can move to the hex and participate in the attack. They are not required to have started adjacent. The units cannot use extended movement to reach the hex due to Rule 8.2.2. Okay. Design note. This bending of the must start adjacent to the river hex side rule is to keep the German player guessing where the river assault will take place. Okay. Okay, got it. So the idea is like you'd have maybe you'd have 3 hexes with one stack, one step. Oh no, it could be 2-step. You could have several hexes with 2-step infantry units. You have another hex back here with an engineer and a 1-step vehicle unit, and you can move it to any 3 of those to then attack across. Got it. If 3 conditions are met, place a river assault marker during the player's movement phase to indicate any units in that stack can attack across the major river hex side. The attack can be resolved at any time during the upcoming combat phase using the normal rules of combat. The engineer's attack strength does not have to be used. The attacker would do this so it cannot be selected for a step loss by the defender. If the attack is successful, all infantry type units stacked with the engineer unit, and the engineer unit as well, may advance after combat across the major river. While they are not required to advance across the major river, if they do, then the first hex must be into the defender's vacated hex. Restrictions. Moving across a major river into or across an enemy zone of control bond is prohibited. The German player cannot do a river assault. Their engineers are normal infantry units and haven't the specific equipment. Okay. What if... Oops. So what if it's the defender's vacated hex? Can it still do that? Well, it's a bit of an edge case. Okay, example. Airborne Unit A starts adjacent to the major river, which is necessary for the major river assault. Tank Unit B moves up to the river and will attack with Unit A. But since it is not an infantry type unit, it won't be able to advance after combat. The engineer unit moves to the hex to make the attack possible. Unit C moves adjacent, but will be unable to contribute to the attack since it is not stacked with an engineer unit. I see, so the tank can attack across even though it's not able to, it's a 3-step unit, so it's not able to advance. since it is not an infantry type unit. Oh, because... But what if... I mean, I thought engineers could do ferries. Okay. Well, I think I more or less get it. Combat modifiers. Okay, so I'm going to stop there for now. But next up is going to be, let's see, combat modifiers. We're going to go try to get to page 20. Combat results, determine defense, retreats, disruption and recovery, advanced out of combat, breakthrough combat, artillery units, and supply. Okay, so it looks like combat modifiers is going to be the annoying one, but then everything else is like a page. Okay, so I'm going to continue reading this. I think I left off having read combat, so now combat modifiers. Okay. Combat modifiers. Halving and doubling. Each unit can never be halved or doubled more than once. When halving, always halve by individual unit, not stack, and round any fractions up to the next higher whole number. Okay. Exception. Add up all 1 strength units in an attack, and then halve their total, rounding any fraction up. Okay. Each unit can only have double more than once. Never be. When having, always have by individual unit, not stack, and round any fractions up to the next higher whole number. Exception. Add up all 1 strength units in an attack, and then halve their total, rounding any fraction up. Okay, got it. Examples. 2 units with an attack strength of 5 would have a combined strength of 6 after halving. 3 plus 3 is 6. 3 units, okay, right, so you have 5, you get 2.5, and then you round up to 3. 3 units with a defense strength of 1 would have a combined strength of 2 after halving. You add the 3 up to get 3, you get it multiplied by half to get 1.5, and then you round up to 2. A defender in a city hex defending behind a river is only doubled, not tripled or quadrupled. Okay, got it. So I guess you get a doubling for being in a city hex and then a doubling for being behind a river. Sequence. If a unit is both halved and doubled, first halve it, round up, then double it. This may result in it being stronger than its printed strength. Okay. Command control and formations. I guess this doesn't explain what to do if you get multiple halvings and doublings. Maybe just keep alternating halving and the doubling. Command control and formations. Lead formation. In each attack, no more than 1 formation may participate at full attack strength. All others attack at half strength. The formation that attacks at full strength is called the lead formation. The lead formation is allowed to have 1 attachment that may contribute its full attack strength. Formations. Formations are indicated by the color inside their counter's unit type box or behind the unit size indicator. Basically, each Allied division or independent brigade is a different formation, while German formations are corps and army level. The German formations are von Tettel Division, yellow, 15th Army is gray, the 1st Parachute Army is blue, the Corps Felt is green, and the 2nd SS Panzer Corps is red. Attachments. Any one unit from a different formation may be attached to the lead formation and participate in the attack at full strength. To be attached, the unit must be stacked with a unit from the lead formation. Exception 10.2.4. Okay. Example. The Guards Armored Division is the lead formation with a battalion of the 101st Hex B. So this is, I think, the Guards. Oh no, I think it's the purple. The whole purple is the Guards Armored Division. With a battalion of the 101st in Hex B, okay, so that's this green counter, as the one allowed attachment. The other two 101st units attack at half strength, so the ones in C and D. Got it. The odds are 29 to 10 with a shift for armor, making it 3 to 1. So 29 to 10 would be 2 to 1 with a shift for armor to 3 to 1. Independent units. Units with a white formation color are independent units. These units are considered a single formation, but with a special attachment ability. They do not need to be stacked with the lead formation to be considered attached. Okay. The armor shift. Attacker shift. The terrain permitting, the attacker gains a column shift right on the CRT if he has a tank unit in the lead formation, and the defender has either no units with an armor rating in the hex, or has such units, but all have a lower armor rating than the highest armor rating among the attacking units. Use only the best tank anti-tank unit from each side for the comparison. Don't add up armor ratings. For determining the shift, always use the terrain the defender is in. Okay. Okay. So for determining the shift, always use the terrain the defender is in. So it's not the terrain that the attacker is in, coming from. Okay. I don't understand this, actually. I don't understand where the terrain comes into this. All right. Terrain permitting 10.3.4. Okay, so it's going to talk about this. Okay. Defender shift. The attacker suffers a column shift left if he has no unit with an armor rating in his lead formation and the defender has a tank unit. Having an armor rating higher than the attacker's does not award the defender shift, but does affect the attacker's tank strength. See 10.4. Okay. Anti-tank units. Units with an armor rating in a red or yellow box are classified as anti-tank units. Okay, this yellow box and this red box. The yellow box Jagdpanzer IV and the Jagdpanther units are classified as both a tank unit and an anti-tank unit. They can earn the armor shift, but must reduce their armor rating by 1 when attacking. The red box flak units, on the other hand, cannot earn the armor shift. Okay. They can deny a shift, though, even when attacking a tank unit. Okay. The defender shift. They can deny the defender shift. Okay. Okay, so the yellow means that they reduce the armor rating by 1 when attacking. The red means they don't get the armor shift. Got it. Terrain and the armor shift. The armor shift is never allowed if the defender is in a woods, marsh, or city hex, nor may it be earned by a tank unit that is attacking across a hex side it cannot move across, that is, an unbridged canal or river or roadless polder hex side. If, due to terrain, the attacker cannot earn the armor shift, he can still deny it to the defender, as in case 1 in the example below. Okay, let's look. Armor shift examples. Red arrows indicate where the armor shift is earned. Black arrows show where it is not earned. And yellow arrows indicates where the defender will earn the armor shift. Okay. A. Tank versus infantry, 1 shift. B. Tank with higher armor rating, 1 shift. So the armor rating is 3, the armor rating is 2, you get 1 shift. Note that the armor shift is allowed against town hexes. Got it. C and D. The tank shift is not allowed if the defender is in a city or woods hex. So in this case, the defender's in a city hex because you have that brown hex color. So you don't get a shift. Here, the defender's in a woods hex. So the defender does not get a shift either. Okay, so that shift, that negation of the shift based on terrain applies to both the attacker and the defender. Got it. E. The tank shift is allowed in polder if along a road. Okay. F. Tanks defending in polder hexes still can earn the tank shift. Okay, so in this case, F. The infantry is attacking into polder, so the tank does get the defender's shift. Got it. G and H. Tank shifts are not allowed when attacking across an unbridged river or canal. So G is attacking across a canal, it does not get the shift. H, it is attacking across a bridge. They are allowed if the tank unit is attacking via a bridged hex side. Okay, got it. And then I, the defender can earn the tank shift even if the attacker is attacking across an unbridged river or canal hex side. Got it. Okay, all makes sense. The anti-tank modifier. If the defender has a higher armor rating than all attacking units in the lead formation, then all armored in that attack have their attack strength halved. Okay. Remember to reduce the armor rating of attacking anti-tank units by 1. Okay. Terrain has no effect on this modifier. The defender earns this bonus in city, woods, polder, marsh, etc. Okay. Got it. Examples. A German 88mm flak unit with an armor rating of 4 in a city hex will have all Allied armor units attacking that city hex. If a stack of Sherman tank units attack a Panther tank unit, then all Sherman tank units are halved. If a British Daimler Dingo recon unit attacks any enemy tank unit, it will be halved, plus suffer a CRT column shift left. The Dingo is armored, but not a tank unit. Okay, what was the defender shift again? The defender has a tank unit, and the attacker has no unit with an armor rating. Okay, I don't understand this last one. I think what this means is that the Daimler Dingo Recon does not have a armor rating. Do we have a picture of that somewhere? Okay. Do we have a picture of the counter? Maybe in the playbook. Okay, here we go. Right. Right, Daimler Dingo Recon. So this wheeled vehicle with a machine gun on the top, this one, you can see it does not have an armor rating. There's no superscript next to the leftmost number. So that's why it gets the shift. If that unit attacks a tank unit, the defending tank unit gets a shift because the Daimler is not does not have an armor rating. Yeah. But it is an armored unit. Okay. Vehicle units and unsupported tank units. Vehicle units are not doubled when defending in town or city hexes. Okay. Right, armored unit. What is an armored? Does it define? So I don't think they define what an armored unit is. Do they define? Armored units. Okay, they do define it. It's these ones with the dots. Tank and reconnaissance units are collectively called armored units. Got it. Okay. Vehicle units and unsupported tank units. Right, that's the right section, right? Vehicle units are not doubled when defending in town or city hexes. Okay. These are vehicle type units, as well as, I guess, tank units. Vehicle units are not doubled when defending encounters. Okay, right, that's this example D. The tank shift is not allowed if the defender is in a city or woods hex. Okay. And vehicle units is artillery, bridging units, 88 millimeter flak, tank, Daimler Dingo. Right, okay. So 88 millimeter flak is not doubled when defending in a town or city hex. Okay. That's good to know. Tank type units that are not stacked with at least one friendly infantry type step are considered unsupported. Unsupported tank units that are attacked by at least one infantry type unit in the lead formation suffer one shift right on the CRT. Play note: this shift does not work in reverse. The defender does not earn a shift left if attacked by only tank units. Okay. Examples. In A, the attacker earns a shift right because the defender only has only tank units in the hex and the attacker has infantry. Okay. However, the defender earns the armor shift, so the two shifts would cancel out. The final odds are 5 to 2, which rounds to 2 to 1. So 5 to... Okay, why is it 2? 5 to 2. Oh, because it's the defending. So the 3 is the attack value, the 2 is the defense value. Red means it's elite, an elite unit. So it's attacking at 5, it's defending at 2. It gets a shift for attacking unsupported tank units. And this gets a shift for this gets the armor shift. Got it. Okay. In B, the attacker earns both the armor shift plus the shift for unsupported tank units, making the final odds 3 to 1. So, okay. So this attacks at 3, this attacks at 4, that's 7. It's attacking unsupported tank units, so it gets a shift for that. 7 on 6. 7 on 6 is 1 to 1. Oh, okay, right. 7 to 6 with 2 shifts right. So you're right. It's attacking with 7 against 6. That's 1 to 1. Then it gets 1 shift for the armor superiority, and it gets a second shift for attacking unsupported tank units. Got it. So that's 3 to 1. No shift is earned against the unsupported flak unit in C, since it is not a tank unit. The odds are 5 to 3. So this attacks at 5, that attacks at 3, which makes 1 to 1. Got it. The morale shift. Elite. If the majority of steps in the lead formation, include attachments in this total, are elite, then the attacker earns a favorable shift of 1 column right on the CRT. It does not matter if the defender is also elite. Okay. It does not matter if the defender is also elite. Got it. Low quality. If all defending units are low quality, then the attacker receives a favorable shift of 1 column right on the CRT. These 2 shifts are cumulative. If an elite force attacks a stack of low-quality units, then the attacker earns 2 shifts. Play note, there is no negative shift for attacking units with a higher morale. Okay. Examples. Okay. The attacker earns 2 morale shifts in Combat A, elite versus low quality. So the majority of the units attacking are elite. You get 1 shift for that. All of the defending units are low quality. So you get a shift for that. So your final odds are 4 against 5 is 1 to 2, 1 to 1, 2 to 1. Right. In B, it depends on if the guards unit is attached. If it is, then the lead formation does not have a majority of elite steps, and so does not earn the shift. If the guards unit is just supporting at half strength, then the shift is earned. Okay, so let's suppose it's supporting, so this attacks at 4, this attacks at 6, that's 10, defending at 5, that's 2 to 1. Oh no, but if it's supporting, this is halved. So this is 4, this is 3, that's 7, against 5, that's 1 to 1. And the majority of the units are elite, so that makes 2 to 1. Okay, so now let's suppose that it is attached, so it's attacking at full strength. That makes 4 to 6 is 4 plus 6 is 10, against 5 is 2 to 1. So in both cases it's 2 to 1. No morale shift is earned by either side in C. Okay, because there's no penalty for attacking with low quality units, and there's no bonus for defending with high quality units. Got it. Air support. During clear and cloudy turns, the allied player receives 2 or 1 air units respectively that may be used to provide a favorable shift of 1 column to the right on the CRT. Why did they say 2 or 1? Oh, because it's 2 on clear days and 1 on cloudy days. Only 1 air unit may be used per combat. Air support may only assist an attack against a hex that is within 4 hexes of a non-airborne British unit. Okay. The marker is removed after the combat is resolved. Air units may not be accumulated, and if not used, are forfeited. There is no defensive air support. Play note. Until British units from the south edge reach the airborne units cannot use air support. Okay. Terrain modifiers. The terrain effects chart. Refer to the terrain effects chart for a complete list of the effects of terrain on combat. Okay. Rivers and canals. Vehicle units are halved, attacking across any type of river or canal. Bridged or unbridged. Okay. All other units are halved, attacking across a major river or canal hex side, bridged or unbridged. Okay, let me slow down on this one. A major river. So vehicle units are halved against any type of river. All other units are halved attacking across a major river. The defender is doubled if all attacking units are attacking out of a marsh hex, across a river of any type, or canal hex side, or any combination of those. Okay. If just one attacking unit is not attacking across one of those hex sides or out of a marsh hex, the defender is not doubled. Okay. Examples. Units A, B, and C attack Unit X. Units A and B are halved for attacking across a canal hex side. Okay, while Unit C in C attacks at full strength because it's a minor river, not a major river. Got it. And it's not a vehicle type unit. Unit X is doubled because all attacking units are attacking across river or canal hex sides. Okay. Got it. Odds are 13 to 10, which makes 1 to 1, with a shift for the tank unit. The armor shift is possible across an intact bridge hex side. Okay, so let me try to do the math here. So this attacks at 5. Is it halved? Yes. So that's 2.5 rounded up to 3. I should write this down. So that's 3. This is also halved. Vehicle units, any type, bridged or unbridged. Right. This is also halved because it's attacking across a canal hex side, bridged or unbridged. So that's 4. This one is not halved because it's a minor river. So this attacks at 6. They're all part of the same formation. So that makes 13. Is that right? Yes. This is defending at 5, but because all attacking units are attacking across some kind of river or canal, it gets doubled to 10. Got it. Okay, so I've got the math. Okay, but this does get a shift, so the shift is to 2 to 1. Got it. Next, units D, E, and F attack unit Y. Units D and E are halved, attacking across a canal hex side. Unit Y is not doubled because Unit F is not attacking across a river or canal hex side. Odds are 8 to 5 plus the morale shift makes 2 to 1. So this attacks at 4 divided by 2 is 2. 4 divided by 2 is 2. So this is 4 plus 4 is 8. Attacking against 5, which is 1 to 1. And then because all of these, no, because the majority of these units are elite, you get the morale shift, you get the shift to 2 to 1. Got it. Okay. Marsh. Vehicle units have their attack strength halved when attacking into or out of a marsh hex. Okay. Tank units may not earn the armor shift if the defender is in a marsh hex. Okay. Marsh hexes act like rivers for Rule 10.8.2. Rivers and canal. Okay. Out of a marsh hex. In each of these 3 cases above, the tank unit has its attack strength halved because it is either attacking into or out of a marsh hex. So this is attacking at 8, divided by 2 is 4. This defends at 5, so 1 to 2. Okay. This is attacking at 8 out of a marsh hex, so you divide by 2 to get 4. This defends at 5. Oh, it gets doubled because all units are attacking out of a Marsh X. Right. That's brutal. So it gets doubled to 10. So that's 4 to 10 is 1 to 3. Plus the armor shift makes 1 to 2. Okay. And then in this one, this is attacking out of a Marsh X. So this gets doubled to 10. And because it's attacking out of a Marsh X, it gets halved to 4. So that makes 1 to 3. And why does it not get the armor shift? Because... oh, because the defender is in a Marsh X. Right. Tank units may not earn the armor shift if the defender is in a Marsh X. Got it. Okay. Brutal. Polder. Polder has no combat effects on infantry type units. Vehicle units have their attack strength halved when attacking into or out of a polder hex. Okay. Tank units may earn the armor shift attacking into and out of polder as long as they are following the path of a road. The armor shift is possible when defending in polder. Okay. So the tank unit would have its attack strength halved, but it would still get the armor shift. Examples. The British units attack the 3 units marked A, B, and C. Okay. The attack strength of each is listed under each counter after halving for the polder terrain. Okay. So this tank unit is attacking into polder, so its attack of 9 gets halved to 5, even though it's attacking along a road. This unit is also attacking into polder. Its attack gets halved from 8 to 4, even though there's no bridge. So the effect is the same. Combat A is 9 to 10, so these two get added to 9. This gets doubled because it's oh, this is polder. Why does it get doubled? I think it's because all units are attacking out of... no. Oh, across a river. Right. Even if there's a bridge, the defender gets doubled. Okay, that's important to remember. I'll write this down. 1082. Okay, got it. So this one gets doubled because they're all attacking across the river. It makes sense. So that gets 10 to 9, that's 1 to 2. And then you are allowed the shift, armor shift, to get 1 to 1. Right. Got it. So in combat B, they're not attacking across a river. Vehicle units have their attack strength halved when attacking into a polar hex. So this gets halved to 4. This gets halved to 2. You do get the armor shift, I believe. Yeah. No, as long as they follow the path of a road, so you don't get the armor shift. Combat B is 6 to 5, so right. 1 to 1. Right, there's no armor shift because this one is not following the path of the road. Got it. Combat C. These, what is it? Into or out of a polar hex. Right, so they're attacking out of a polar hex, so it gets halved to 4. This one stays at 5. This one, I believe, stays at 5, so this would be 9 to 5, which is 1 to 1. And do you get the armor shift? No, because you're not following the road. So it's 1 to 1. Right, got it. Other combat modifiers. Defender disrupted, 14-2. Artillery support, 17-6. Attacker is engaged or scattered. Attacker is out of supply. Okay. Okay. Combat results. Explanation of combat results. The words attacker and defender refer only to the units participating in the combat in question, not to the strategic situation. DS, defender shattered. The defender loses 1 step. The unit selected is determined by the attacker. Surviving defenders must retreat 2 or 3 hexes, defender's choice, and are marked in full retreat. No determined defense is possible. The attacker receives a bonus advance and may conduct breakthrough combat. DMR, defender mandatory retreat. The defender must retreat 2 or 3 hexes, his choice, and is marked in full retreat. No determined defense is possible. The attacker receives a bonus advance and may conduct breakthrough combat. Okay. D1. The defender loses 1 step. Surviving defenders must either retreat 2 hexes and become disrupted, or conduct a determined defense. If the defender retreats, the attacker receives a normal advance. A1, D1. Both sides lose 1 step. Surviving defenders must either retreat 2 hexes and become disrupted, or conduct a determined defense. Okay. If the defender retreats, the attacker receives a normal advance. Okay. DR2. The defender must retreat 2 hexes and become disrupted or conduct a determined defense. If the defender retreats, the attacker receives a normal advance. A1, DR2. Same as DR2, except the attacker loses 1 step. DRX. Both sides lose 1 step. The unit selected is determined by the opposing player. The defender must either retreat 2 hexes and become disrupted, or conduct a determined defense. If the defender retreats, the attacker receives a normal advance. Exchange. Both sides lose 1 step. The unit selected is determined by the opposing player. No retreat for the defender. If the defender had only 1 step involved, then the attacker may enter the vacated hex and stop. A limited advance. Engaged. No advance, no retreat, and no step losses. An engaged marker is placed on the defending units. A1 and engaged. Same as engaged, except one attacking unit loses one step. The defender is marked engaged even if all attacking steps were eliminated in the combat. A1. The attacker loses one step. No retreat or advance. Selecting step losses. The owning player selects the unit that will take the step loss unless an EX, DRX, or DS was rolled. In those three results, the opposing player selects the step loss. When selecting step losses, yours or your opponent's, your selection is limited by the following restrictions. Any step loss against the attacker must come from the lead formation or its attachment. Furthermore, the step loss must come from a unit that could actually advance into the defender's hex, if there is such a unit. If the attacker earned the morale shift and suffered a step loss, if the attacker earned the morale shift and suffered a step loss on an A1, A1 engaged, A1 DR2, or A1 D1, then he must select one of his units that made the shift possible. In an exchange or DRX, the attacker may not select overstacked units that contributed 0 defense strength. Artillery units that provided offensive artillery support to the combat may not be selected. Airborne supply heads may only be selected if they were the only unit defending. Indicating step losses. Flipping a unit over indicates that the unit has suffered a step loss. If it is a 1-step unit or a 2-step unit that is already flipped, then it is eliminated. Any 3-step unit on its reduced side forms a remnant when it takes its second step loss. Remnants and the remnant display. In general, when a 3-step unit takes a second step loss, it may be replaced with a remnant of the appropriate unit type. Place the regiment or brigade in the remnant display printed on the map, and place the remnant on the map where the unit was. Remnants are not mandatory. Players may elect not to use a remnant and put the 3-step unit directly into the eliminated box. In this case, the unit is considered to have lost 2 steps. This option is mandatory if there is not an available remnant in the display. Why would there not be an available remnant in the display? Remnant elimination. If a remnant is eliminated, then the unit it was representing is placed in the eliminated box, and the remnant is placed back in the display and may be used again for another unit. Oh, I see. Oh, I see. So the remnant is not specific to a particular unit. It's specific to like a formation. Okay, got it. Engaged markers. Maybe I should write that down. Engaged markers. An engaged result only affects the defender. The attacker does not have to refight an engaged battle in the next turn. Units that are engaged suffer the following effects. Movement. Can only use tactical movement to move 1 hex and remain engaged, or 2 hexes and become disrupted. combat, they have their attack strength halved and may not attack across an unbridged canal hex side. Or participate in a major river assault. They may advance after combat normally. Only an unbridged canal hex side. What about an unbridged river hex side? That's weird. Oh, or participate in a major river assault. Okay, so that's what I think. I think that's what that means. They may advance after combat normally. Artillery. They may not provide artillery support. Bridging units. They may not repair bridges. Engineer units. They may not assist in a river assault nor create a ferry. Airborne supply heads may not provide returnees. They may not receive replacements or returnees. Engaged and disruption. If an engaged unit moves 2 hexes or is forced to retreat, replace the engaged marker with a disrupted marker. If a disrupted unit is engaged, don't place an engaged marker. An engaged result has no additional effects on a disrupted unit. Removal. Engaged markers are removed during the owning player's recovery phase. Determined defense. In general, the defender may attempt to cancel the retreat portion of a CRT combat result by using the determined defense table, provided at least one step survive the combat and the hex contains an eligible lead unit. A successful result on the determined defense table cancels the retreat, the disruption, and the associated advance after combat. It does not cancel the step losses. The determined defense table. Procedure. Step losses from the CRT are implemented before resolving the determined defense. If there are 2 or more surviving units in the defending stack, the defender picks one as the lead unit. If there is only one eligible unit, then that unit must be the lead unit. The terrain of the defender's hex determines the column to use on the table. Clear/polder, other, town, and city. Use the other column for all other hexes, including woods, marsh, and clear/polder hexes containing a village. Roads have no effect. Roll 2 dice. Lead units. The lead unit determines any possible DRMs and will be the unit to suffer the step loss if one is called for. Any good order combat unit can be a lead unit except artillery units and airborne supply heads. CRT color codes. The background color of the CRT result means the following. Orange or red, determined defense is not allowed. Yellow, the determined defense suffers a -1 DRM. Dice roll modifiers, cumulative. +1 for defensive artillery support. +1 if the lead unit is elite. -1 if the lead unit is low quality. And -1 if the CRT result is highlighted in light orange. Okay. All modifiers are cumulative. Explanation of results. A dot means the determined defense is successful and the retreat is cancelled. Any surviving defending units are marked with an engaged marker. Results without a dot means the attempt failed. Hashtag attacker step loss / defender step loss. The attacker may select his own step loss in 1/0 results. Okay, 1/1. Both sides take a step loss. In this case, the attacker's step loss is selected by the defender. Note, if a step loss is required from the defender, it must come from his lead unit. A step loss from the attacker must always come from the lead formation. Single step defenders. If the defender had only one step, and that step was lost in a successful determined defense, and the hex is now vacant of all enemy combat and non-combat units, the attacker may advance into the defender's vacated hex. The step was lost in a successful determined defense, and the hex is now vacant. Got it. Okay. Failed determined defense. If the determined defense fails, then the defender must retreat unless it has no retreat path. If all units in the defender's stack will be eliminated if it retreats, and the result is not DMR or DS, then the defender reduces his lead unit by one step, except no additional loss if the result was 0/1. Okay. And rolls again on the determined defense table. The defender may keep rolling on the determined defense table, taking a step loss on his lead unit for each failed attempt, until all defending units are either eliminated or they succeed in holding. If the defender had a +1 defensive support DRM, he uses that for each die roll. For example, a stack of 5 steps is defending in a city hex with no retreat path, and the CRT result is A1D1. Both sides remove a step for the A1D1 result, and then the defender rolls a 5 on the determined defense table, which is a minus, fail. He treats this as a 0/1 fail, removes one step, and rolls again. This time getting a 4, which is a printed 0/1 fail. He removes another step, not 2 steps, and rolls again, getting an 8, which is a dot, 1/1 result. Both sides remove another step, and the retreat is cancelled. The defender lost a total of 4 steps, and the attacker lost 2 steps. Okay. Yeah, this will take some practice. Retreats. Retreat procedure. The basics. When called upon to retreat by the CRT, defending units must be retreated the appropriate number of hexes by the owning player. 2 or 3 hexes, his choice, on a DS or DMR result. 2 hexes on a D1, DR2, A1, D1, A1, DR2, and DRX result. The attacker never retreats. A retreat can stop short in some situations. Stacks. The owning player has the option to split up a stack and retreat units to different hexes. Units can retreat through friendly units without disturbing the non-retreating units. Okay. Retreat direction guidelines. All retreats must follow the guidelines below. The guidelines are listed in the order of priority. Try to satisfy number 1 first, then try to satisfy number 2, etc. 1. If possible, retreat to a hex that does not cause elimination. 2. A unit may never enter the same hex twice in its retreat, nor may it be moved in a zigzag method to shorten its retreat, unless no other retreat path is possible. 3. If possible, avoid entering a vacant hex in an enemy zone of control. If not possible, you may ignore one enemy zone of control as long as you don't cross an enemy Zachbond. If more than one retreat path is available, priority must go to a path that will put the defender in supply at the end of its retreat. Okay. Example. The allied unit A must retreat 2 hexes and has 2 safe retreat paths, A1 or A2. Overstacking. Okay, I don't understand this. Oh, because it's occupied by a friendly unit. So this is not an enemy zone of control. Right, so your friendly unit negates this enemy zone of control. You can ignore this hex, which has an enemy zone of control. You can ignore one hex and then retreat to this friendly hex. Or you can ignore this hex and retreat to this unoccupied hex. Got it. Overstacking. Units may end their retreat in violation of the overstacking limit. However, this violation must be corrected before the end of the owning player's next movement phase, when all steps in excess of the 9-step limit must be eliminated. Elimination due to a retreat. Units are eliminated if they retreat into a hex entry area or across a hex side they are prohibited from moving into or across in the movement phase. Across an unbridged major river or canal or lake hex side. This applies even if the unit started its retreat adjacent to the hex side. Ferry hex sides are considered unbridged hex sides for this rule. All units may retreat across bridged major rivers and bridged canals without restrictions, and non-vehicle units may retreat across minor rivers. Okay. So vehicle units may not retreat across minor rivers. Units with a movement allowance of 0 are eliminated if forced to retreat. Units are eliminated if they retreat into a hex occupied by an enemy unit, including unknown units. They're eliminated if they retreat across or into an enemy zone of control bond. They're eliminated if they retreat into 2 consecutive vacant hexes in an enemy zone of control. They're eliminated if they end their retreat in an enemy zone of control unless that hex contains a friendly unit that did not retreat in that combat phase. A unit may retreat 1 additional hex if that will save it from elimination, but this does not allow a unit that has retreated through 2 consecutive enemy zones of control to survive. This part is not clear to me. Okay, I think what this is saying is if you have a mandatory 2-hex retreat, and that second hex is an enemy zone of control, you're allowed to retreat a third hex to get out of that enemy zone of control. Example, Unit A must retreat 2 hexes, but will end up in an enemy zone of control if it does. In this case, it may retreat 1 additional hex. Okay, that's the example I was just thinking of. Important. Units facing elimination, if they retreat, are eligible for multiple determined defense dice rolls. Got it. 12-4. Right. Good to remember that. If all units in the defender stack will be eliminated if it retreats. Got it. That's interesting because you would think that the units wouldn't know that they would be eliminated before they made the decision to retreat. Okay. But I get it. So, example. The 2 British units must retreat 2 hexes. The mechanized infantry unit can retreat across the mine or river hex side. The tank unit must use the bridge, but is eliminated in the second hex of its retreat since it entered 2 consecutive vacant hexes in an enemy zone of control. Got it. Stopping a retreat. At the cost of an additional step loss, defender's choice, a retreat can end after 1 hex if all conditions below are met. The result was not a defender shattered or defender mandatory retreat. The units retreat into a city, town, woods, village, or a hex containing friendly units, including unrevealed unknown units that have not retreated. You cannot stop a retreat in a clear, polder, or marsh unless it contains a village or a friendly unit in good order. The units do not end their retreat in an enemy zone of control unless a friendly unit in good order is already in that hex. I'm wondering what the justification is for this extra step loss. And I'm also curious. Like, you don't really see that. If you're playing decisive campaigns, you can be commanding a battalion, and the battalion can get hit, and it won't retreat. It'll just stay where it is. This almost feels like maybe it's a carryover from earlier war games. Okay, important. A unit that retreats only 1 hex is still disrupted. This is a change from the first edition. Okay. The advance rate does not change. The attacker still receives his full advance after combat, even if the defender is eliminated in his retreat or stopped the retreat. Combat against previously retreated units. If a unit or stack is retreated into a friendly occupied hex, and that hex undergoes an attack, not breakthrough combat, in the same combat phase, the retreated units do not add anything, defense strength, armor rating, morale, etc., to the combat. They may not be selected to satisfy a step loss from the CRT. They may not be used as a lead unit in a determined defense, and if required to retreat again, they are eliminated. Play note: use a spent marker to indicate such units. Remove the marker after the combat. Got it. Disruption and recovery. Actually, how long am I? What am I at now? Okay, I'll stop now since I'm an hour in. Disruption and recovery. Disrupted, full retreat, and good order. In general, there are two types of disruption: disrupted and full retreat. When a unit or stack is in this state, place the appropriate marker on it. Units that are not disrupted or in full retreat are considered in good order, even if engaged, scattered, out of supply, or beneath a replacement marker. How units become disrupted. Any unit that retreats from a result other than a defender shattered or defender mandatory retreat becomes disrupted. If already disrupted, it goes into full retreat. If a unit marked engaged moves 2 hexes, so a unit becomes disrupted if it's engaged and it moves 2 hexes, and a unit becomes disrupted if it's an artillery unit that moves 2 hexes using tactical movement. Okay? How units become in full retreat. Any unit that suffers a defender shattered or defender mandatory retreat result. Any disrupted unit that suffers another disrupted result. During a friendly movement phase, a player may replace any number of disrupted markers on his units with full retreat markers in order to move those units their full movement allowance. Okay. Effects of, so any, okay. Effects of disruption. A disrupted unit suffers the following effects. Bridges. It may not attempt to blow or rewire a bridge. Zone of control bonds. It has a zone of control, but it cannot be used to form a zone of control bond. Movement. It may only use tactical movement and may not exit an entry area. Okay. Low quality units. A disrupted low-quality unit that starts its move in an enemy zone of control must leave it if possible, unless stacked with units in good order. Disrupted low-quality units may not enter an enemy zone of control during the movement phase unless the hex contains units in good order. If movement to a hex that is clear of enemy zone of control is possible, it may remain in the hex. Is impossible. If movement to a hex that is clear of enemy zone of control is impossible, it may remain in the hex that it's in. Okay. Combat. A disrupted unit may not attack or advance after combat. Disrupted units have their defense strength halved. Determined defense. It may not be the lead unit in a determined defense. Artillery. It may not use a moved marker, provide artillery support, or flip to its ready side. Engineer units. They may not assist in a river assault, nor create a ferry. Okay. Bridging units. They may not repair bridges. Airborne supply heads. They may not resupply airborne artillery, nor provide returnees. It may not receive replacements or returnees. Okay, so basically, you just want to protect your specialty units, make sure they don't get attacked. Keep them out of danger. Abilities. Disrupted units retain their zone of control, morale, and armor shift abilities. Other units may enter or pass through a hex with friendly disrupted units without becoming disrupted. Okay. Effects of full retreat. Units in full retreat suffer all of the penalties of disruption with the following exceptions. They may ignore the tactical movement restriction and move their full movement allowance, including extended movement. They have a defense strength of 0. If stacked with other units, they contribute nothing to the defense. Armor rating, morale, etc. If an enemy combat unit moves or advances adjacent to a unit in full retreat, and that unit in full retreat is not stacked with a disrupted or good order combat unit, do not count unknown units, then the units in full retreat must immediately retreat 2 hexes. Follow all retreat guidelines of 13.1.3. Units in full retreat may remain adjacent or move adjacent to enemy units as long as there are other friendly combat units. Do not count unknown units in the hex that are not in full retreat. Units separated by an unbridged major river or lake hex side are not considered adjacent. Units in full retreat do not exert a zone of control, and units in full retreat take longer to recover. The recovery phase. Rally. During the recovery phase, all friendly, disrupted, and full retreat units that are not in an enemy zone of control automatically recover 1 level. Disrupted markers are removed and full retreat are flipped to their disrupted side. If a disrupted or full retreat unit is in an enemy zone of control, then recovery is determined by a die roll on the rally table. Players may choose to not recover a unit in full retreat in order to retain its automatic retreat ability. The rally table. If a disrupted or full retreat unit is adjacent to an enemy unit, then the unit must make a recovery die roll. On a 1 to 4, the unit remains at its present state, and on a 5 to 6, the unit recovers 1 level. And there are certain die roll modifiers that are cumulative. You get a +1 if the unit is in a town or city hex, a +1 if the unit is elite, and a -1 if the unit is low quality. Okay. Other status recovery. Friendly units recover from other statuses at this time. Remove all scattered, engaged, replacement, and spent markers, regardless of the unit's status or position on the map. Okay. Scattered, engaged, replacement, and spent. I forget what the replacement. Oh, I think that means it received replacements. Okay. Advance after combat. Actually, how far do I want to read? 17, 18, 19, 20. Maybe up until reinforcements and entry areas. Yeah, something like that. Page 21. Well, we'll see how far we get. Okay. Advance after combat. The basics. If the defender is eliminated or retreats, then all units in good order that either participated in the attack or are stacked with the attacking units, including overstacked units, may advance after combat. Artillery units and airborne supply heads may never advance after combat. Advancing after combat expends no movement points, you just count the hexes. The stacking limit must be observed at the end of each advance. Units that are stacked with attacking units that participated in a different attack may not advance with the current attacking units. Okay, I think what it's saying here is that I think I understand what it's saying. If you have a hex, if right, if you have a unit that attacked some other hex, it can't then advance with the units that attacked the current hex that you're attacking. Right, okay, I get it. Advance rates. There are 3 types of advances: limited, normal, and bonus. Limited advance. This only occurs when the defender is eliminated in an exchange result, or when the last step in a determined defense is successful, but is eliminated while doing so. The attacker may only occupy the defender's vacated hex and stop. Normal advance. Units may advance 1 hex in any direction. Bonus advance. Units may advance 2 hexes in any direction. Road bonus. If a mechanized unit follows the path of a road, any of the 3 types, throughout its advance, and abides by the road bonus stacking rule, it may increase its advance rate by 1 hex. In this way, a mechanized unit could advance 2 hexes in a normal advance and 3 hexes in a bonus advance. Out of supply units may not use the road bonus. Okay. Advance after combat allowance chart. So if you get a limited advance, you can advance 1 hex into the defender's vacated hex. The road bonus does not apply. With the normal advance, you can you can advance 1 hex. With the road bonus is 2 hexes, and with the bonus advance, you can advance 2 hexes, and with the road bonus, 3 hexes. Okay. Advance in any direction. Units may advance in any direction and are not required to enter the defender's vacated hex, except in a major river assault. Road bonus stacking. Mechanized units using the road bonus may not end their advance stacked with another unit unless one of the units is a free stacking unit. Playnote. This restriction does not apply in reverse. Units advancing after combat at the normal rate may end their advance with a unit that used the road bonus. Advance and enemy zone of control. Enemy zones of control. Enemy zones of control. Units must stop upon entering an enemy zone of control, even if the hex contains a friendly unit, with one exception. Units may ignore enemy zones of control in the defender's vacated hex. Okay. Got that. Enemy zone of control bonds. These may never be entered or crossed during an advance after combat, except when entering the defender's vacated hex. Okay. Example. The British tank units achieved a 2-hex advance. It can ignore the enemy zone of control in the defender's vacated hex and advance a 3rd hex if it follows a road. So it can move 1, 2, or it can move 1, 2, 3. Solid black arrows indicate legal advance after combat paths. Green paths are shown to demonstrate units may advance in any direction. got it. Terrain and advance after combat. No unit may advance into a hex or across a hex side that is prohibited to it in regular movement. Minor rivers. Infantry-type units may only cross an unbridged minor river in the first hex of their advance. Canals. Infantry-type units may only cross an unbridged canal hex side if they were attacking across it, and it is the first hex of their advance. Okay. Major rivers. Infantry-type units may only cross an unbridged major river hex side if they were attacking across it, and it is the first hex of their advance. Unlike canal hex sides, the first hex must be into the defender's vacated hex. Okay, got it. Marsh. Infantry-type units must stop and end their advance if they enter a marsh hex, unless they entered the hex along a road. Okay, got it. Example: the British attack achieved a bonus advance. The mechanized units can advance 2 hexes, or 3 if they use the road bonus. So that's this is the mechanized unit. 1, 2, 3. Got it. The British tank unit cannot advance into the hexes marked No, since vehicle units cannot cross unbridged minor rivers or marsh hexes unless via a road. Mechanized infantry can cross unbridged minor rivers as long as it is the first hex of its advance. I see, so it can cross this one because it's the first hex, but it cannot cross this one because that's the second. This would be the second hex if it advanced this way. Got it. Vehicle type units have to stop in polder, but the infantry, mechanized infantry is not a vehicle type unit. Got it. Breakthrough combat. In general, breakthrough combat allows units that are advancing after combat to attack again. Only units that achieved a Defender Shattered, including an Auto Defender Shattered, or Defender Mandatory Retreat in combat may conduct breakthrough combat. Breakthrough combat uses the same procedure and CRT as a normal attack, except for the additional features and restrictions listed in 16.3. Breakthrough combat can target any enemy units, including those that just retreated in the regular combat, or those that have been attacked by other friendly units. Okay. The breakthrough group. Only one stack, henceforth called the breakthrough group, in each attack may perform breakthrough combat. The other units that participate may conduct their advance after combat after the breakthrough group has finished advancing and conducting breakthrough combat. If the attacker had more than one stack involved in the combat, he has the option to form the breakthrough group in the defender's vacated hex if he wishes, paying 1 hex from the advance rate to do so. Okay, got it. So it's only in a DS or DMR result. Got it. Example. Units A and B have just achieved a Defender Mandatory Retreat result against enemy unit number 1, and so can conduct breakthrough combat. Units A and B form the breakthrough group by advancing into the defender's vacated hex. With their second hex, they can spend it to conduct breakthrough combat against Unit Number 2. If successful, they may advance into that hex. Got it. So this is, I feel like all of this is just a way to prevent defenders from using super weak units to slow down the attackers. Because if you defend with a super weak unit, you're going to get crushed with a DS result or DMR result, and then the attacking units can then attack anything else you have nearby. Although if you're forming Zoc bonds, you know, this enemy unit might be another hex away. I'm not sure how that's supposed to work. Anyway, let's see, where are we? Cost and procedure. Cost. It costs the breakthrough group 1 hex out of its advance allowance to conduct breakthrough combat. If the breakthrough combat is successful in forcing the defender to retreat, the breakthrough group may either advance into the defender's vacated hex at no additional cost, or stop in the hex it attacked from. Play note. Non-mechanized units can move 1 hex and conduct breakthrough combat, while mechanized units with road bonus can move 2 hexes and conduct breakthrough combat. The breakthrough combat can come at the beginning, middle, or end of the advance. Okay. What does that mean? I think what that means is, like, if you have a stack, I think what this means is that if you have a stack, let's say you have a stack with like tanks on a road, you attack up the road and you get a DS result. So you get like a bonus move. You can move 2, and then I think it's 3 if you move along the road. And then you have let's say you have another enemy unit adjacent to the road, not on the road. I think what this is saying is you can conduct a breakthrough combat against the adjacent unit, and then after that combat is done, you can continue to advance up the road. So you pay 1 for the breakthrough combat, so then you could continue to advance 2 hexes up the road with those tanks. I think that's what it's saying. Maximum of 1 breakthrough combat. If the combat achieves a DS or DMR result, the breakthrough group may complete its advance, but may not conduct any further breakthrough combats. No additional advances. The attacker never earns additional hexes by a successful breakthrough combat. Always use the advance allowance of the initial combat. Got it. Breakthrough combat and the road bonus. If using the road bonus, the breakthrough group can consist of only 1 unit plus 1 free stacking unit. Okay. Example. The 2 British tanks units have achieved a DS result, eliminating the unit and allowing breakthrough combat. Using the road bonus, 1 unit could advance 2 hexes down the road and conduct breakthrough combat against the unit 3 hexes away. Right, because you get 3, using the road bonus, you could move 3 hexes, but you can pay one of those hexes to attack instead. Okay, restrictions. You cannot conduct breakthrough combat against a hex that you could not advance into. The breakthrough group may not split up and attack from separate hexes. Multi-hex breakthrough combat is not allowed. Road congestion. The breakthrough group may not conduct a breakthrough combat or assist other attacks from a hex containing friendly units that did not take part in the original combat. Okay. Breakthrough combats are prohibited across unbridged major rivers or canals. Okay. Air and artillery support are not allowed in breakthrough combat. All other combat modifiers apply, including terrain, morale shift, and armor shift. Breakthrough combat against retreated units. Unlike retreats from combat, defending units that have retreated previously in the combat phase are not eliminated if forced to retreat again from breakthrough combat. Remember, units in full retreat automatically retreat if an enemy unit moves adjacent. Okay. Breakthrough group assisting other attacks. If the breakthrough group advances adjacent to a defending hex, which is about to be attacked by other friendly units, the breakthrough group may use its breakthrough combat option, paying 1 hex of its advance, to add half its attack strength to the combat. It cannot be part of the lead formation, even if it belongs to the same division, and take part in that attack. If this happens, this attack must be resolved next. A breakthrough group that assists another combat does not benefit in any way from the new attack's advance after combat result. The group that assists may only advance into the defender's vacated hex and stop, or remain in its present hex. Oh, it's interesting. So it doesn't allow it, you're not allowed to use the original advance after combat from the original attack. Okay, that's a bit of a gotcha. What is this, 16.5? What is it, another stack? Okay. Artillery units. Artillery in general. Artillery units provide favorable column shifts on the CRT and a +1 DRM on the determined defense table. When either the shift or the determined defense DRM is used, the artillery unit is flipped to its use side. Properties. Artillery units have the following properties. They are free stacking units. They have only 1 step. They may not be a lead unit. They may not advance after combat. They may not be used in breakthrough combat. Moving artillery units. I wonder if these have a range to them. Oh, okay, we're going to talk about it. Artillery units are vehicle type units. They can use tactical movement to move 1 hex and provide artillery support in the same turn, or 2 hexes but become disrupted. So you maybe want to advance your artillery 1 hex every turn, something like that. Moved markers. Artillery units in good order may be moved up to 5 movement points if allocated a moved marker. Only while under the marker is the artillery unit allowed to use the road movement cost and extended movement. The marker must remain on the unit until the next friendly movement phase, when the owning player can remove it, reposition it, or keep it on the unit. The German player has only 2 moved markers. The Allied player has 3 markers. This is a strict limit. Artillery units may flip to their ready side while under a moved marker. While under a moved marker, artillery units have a defense strength of 1, may not provide artillery support, immediately lose their moved marker if forced to retreat. So I think the moved marker is like a representation of, what would you call that? These are different battalions. Each formation is a division, is that right? So it's a core level asset. These are trucks. I think that's what it's representing. The moved marker is representing trucks that are a core level asset, something like that. That's my guess anyway. Range. Each artillery unit has a range. This is the maximum distance, measured in hexes, that the artillery unit may be from the target hex and still provide artillery support. Intervening terrain and combat units have no effect. Both the attacker and the defender trace range to the hex under attack. To the hex under attack, got it. Count the target hex, but not the hex of the artillery unit. Got it. Example. Artillery unit A is 5 hexes from the enemy unit, so it can support unit B's attack. Now where is the range? Is that... Oh, geez. I think that's it. Let me put it here. There we go. Range is to the left. So if I'm understanding this correctly, this enemy unit could be 1 hex further, and this artillery unit could still hit it. Ready and fired sides. Artillery units have only 1 step. The reverse side is used to indicate the artillery unit has fired. Once an artillery unit fires, it is flipped to its back. Artillery units on their fired side may no longer provide a shift in combat or the +1 DRM on the determined defense table. Artillery units may flip back to their ready side only during the artillery resupply phase. Got it? So the fired is just representing that it's out of ammunition and it needs to be resupplied. Okay, artillery support. In general, each artillery unit may provide artillery support to only 1 combat per combat phase. Only artillery units that are in range on their ready side may be used. The following restrictions apply to artillery support. Artillery units that are scattered, engaged, disrupted, in full retreat, or under a moved marker may not provide artillery support. So I think if it's under a moved marker, that represents that, like, the artillery is, what's the word for it? It's basically, you know, packed up, ready to be towed by the trucks. So it's not deployed. Artillery units may not provide artillery support to their own hex. Artillery may only support an attack if the combat involves a unit from its formation. The formation does not need to be the lead formation. Exception. Allied corps-level artillery can support any combat, including those with just American units. Okay. Artillery can provide defensive artillery support to any friendly formation. The German Arco 191 artillery unit may provide artillery support to both the von Tettau and 2nd SS formations, and is color-coded to indicate this. Offensive artillery support. Each artillery unit providing offensive support gives the attacker a favorable shift of one column to the right on the CRT. So you can have more than one artillery unit provide support. The allied player only may earn 2 shifts in a single combat by using both the 5 Agra artillery unit and another friendly artillery unit. Got it. Defensive artillery support. One artillery unit may be flipped to provide a +1 DRM to a determined defense roll. No more than one artillery unit may be used per combat. If the defender is rolling multiple times due to an inability to retreat, each roll receives the +1 DRM for no additional cost. Okay. Artillery in ground combat. Artillery units have no attack strength. They can only provide artillery support in an attack. If attacked, they use their defense strength. They cannot provide defensive artillery support to their own hex. An artillery unit may use its defense strength in the same combat phase it provided defensive artillery support to a different hex. Conversely, an artillery unit can provide defensive artillery support after being attacked, as long as it is not engaged, disrupted, in full retreat, or under a moved marker. Got it. Artillery resupply. Allied non-airborne artillery resupply. During each friendly artillery resupply phase, the Allied player may flip over to their ready side any 2 non-airborne artillery units that can trace a supply path to entry area N. Got it. Play note. Airborne artillery lands on its ready side. Once used, airborne artillery may only flip back to its ready side if resupplied via an airdrop. See below. It cannot use entry area N to flip. Allied airborne artillery resupply. If the weather is clear, the Allied player may flip over all of his 3 airborne artillery units. If the weather is cloudy, he may flip over any one of the 3. No airborne artillery may flip during overcast and night turns. The artillery unit flipped must have a 4-hex overland supply path to its division's airborne supply head, and that supply head must be in good order and have a 4-hex overland supply path to one of the division's drop hexes that is not in an enemy zone of control. Friendly units in the hex negate enemy zones of control for this purpose. In a clear or polder terrain, villages have no effect. Okay. After turn 5, the hex occupied by an airborne supply head, plus the 6 hexes adjacent, can be considered a drop hex for artillery resupply purposes if the 2 conditions above are met. Got it. Play note. Airborne artillery can still flip even after its airborne supply head is depleted. Okay, got it. German artillery resupply. During the German artillery resupply phase of the AM and PM turns, the German player may flip over any 2 artillery units that can trace a supply path to a friendly entry area. During night turns, all German artillery units that can trace a supply path to a friendly entry area may flip to their ready side. Restrictions. Artillery resupply may not be accumulated. Those flips not used are lost. Artillery units that are disrupted or in full retreat may not be flipped to their ready side. Engaged and moved markers have no effect on resupply. Okay. Supply, the supply phase. During the supply phase, the phasing player checks supply for all his units. Players check supply by tracing a supply path from the unit to a supply source. If a supply path cannot be traced, the unit receives an out-of-supply marker. If the unit was already out of supply, there is no additional effect. If any unit bearing an out-of-supply marker from a previous turn can now trace a supply path, the marker is removed. Playnote. 2 sets of differently colored out-of-supply markers are provided in case both German and Allied units are in that state and next to each other. The 2 out-of-supply markers for the 1st and 82nd can be used to indicate all units in the division are out of supply, rather than put an out-of-supply marker on every unit in the division. Okay. Supply sources. Supply is available at all friendly entry areas and airborne supply heads. Airborne supply heads are temporary supply sources for the units belonging to that airborne division. Friendly units that are not part of that division may not use that supply head as a supply source. At the conclusion of the Allied supply phase of turn 5, after they have provided supply to the units of their division, the supply heads are flipped to their depleted side. From then on, they only assist in resupplying their division's artillery units, allow returnees to rejoin their division, and serve as a drop hex for their division. Once depleted, they never flip back to their non-depleted side, and airborne units must then trace to a friendly entry area to be in supply. Properties. Airborne supply heads are considered vehicle-type combat units, but their defense strength is only used if they are the only unit in the hex. If stacked with other friendly units, they may not be used to satisfy a step loss. They have only one step. Their reverse side denotes depleted status. They stack for free. They have a zone of control, but cannot form a zone of control bond. They may only move using tactical movement. They may not be the lead unit in a determined defense. And they cannot advance after combat. Eliminated supply heads. If an airborne supply head is eliminated, it returns to play in the next Allied supply phase under the following conditions. It must be placed in a hex containing at least one unit from its division. If placed in polder, there must be a road in the hex. If there is no such hex, then it may not return. It arrives back in play on its depleted side. It arrives back in play disrupted, but can rally in the recovery phase of the next turn, following the normal recovery rules. Supply path. A supply path is a path of contiguous hexes from a unit to a supply source. A supply path can consist of two portions, an overland portion and a road portion. The overland portion, if any, must always come before the road portion. The overland portion of the supply path may be up to 4 hexes long and must terminate in a road hex or a supply source. It may traverse all types of terrain, but the path may not cross an unbridged major river hex side except at a usable ferry, including one provided by an engineer unit, enter an enemy-occupied hex, cross or enter an enemy zone of control bond, enter 2 consecutive hexes in an enemy zone of control. Friendly units negate enemy zones of control in the hex they occupy. Design note: the last restriction allows a supply path to reach units partially surrounded by enemy units. The road portion of the supply path may be of any length, but must follow a path of contiguous road hexes, any type. At no time may the road portion of the supply path enter an enemy-occupied hex, enter an enemy zone of control, friendly units negate enemy zones of control in the hex they occupy, enter a vacant city hex that was last occupied by enemy units. These hexes are considered occupied by rear area or security troops not represented by counters. Cross a blown bridge or a ferry, usable or unusable hex side. A ferry can be used in the overland portion of a supply path. Got it. The road portion may not cross a bridge marked intact when tracing a German supply path. Okay, that means that it's Allied controlled. And the road portion may not cross a bridge wired for demolition when tracing an Allied supply path, because that means that it's German controlled. Got it. Okay. The example above shows 2 legal overland supply paths for Unit A. Note how the path can cross an unbridged major river, hex side, using a friendly engineer unit, and how Unit B negates the enemy zone of control in the hex it occupies. I see. So, 1 hex. It cannot enter a second hex, but this one, the friendly unit negates that hex, and it can cross a minor river. Oh no, this is a canal. It can cross the canal during the overland portion. Right, it can cross a canal, but not an unbridged major river. Okay, it's good to remember. This one, it can enter 1 enemy zone of control hex, but not a second one. Still overland. It can cross this major river because the engineer is, I guess if it's the engineer is just next to the river, that counts as it providing the bridging ability. I'm not sure how that works. Okay, out of supply penalties. Maybe I'll write that down as a question. So this is going to be 18.3, 18.3.2. Is that ferrying or bridging? Okay, out of supply penalties. Where am I at time-wise? Okay, perfect. A unit bearing an out of supply marker suffers the following penalties. Movement. It must use tactical movement. Combat. Its attack strength is halved. Fractions are rounded up, so 1 halved is still 1. Advance after combat. No road bonus allowed. Artillery. Non-airborne artillery units may not flip to their ready side. They may still provide artillery support as long as they are on their ready side. Okay. So I think the ready side means that the artillery has ammunition. And if it's out of supply, that means they don't have fuel or other, like, food. Abilities. Out of supply units retain their full defense strength, as well as their zone of control and zone of control bond, morale rating, and armor rating effects. That's interesting. This is very different from what you would think, what you would see in like a Civil War thing, where being out of supply would gradually make units not able to fight because they run out of ammunition. Anyway, airborne supply. Allied airborne units are automatically in supply throughout the first turn they land, and do not check supply in the first supply phase of the turn they land. Starting in the Allied supply phase of the following turn, they must be able to trace supply to an airborne supply head or a friendly entry area to remain in supply. Playnote: this guarantees that Allied airborne units will always be in supply for the first 2 turns after they land. Okay. Dismounted infantry. If during the Allied supply phase an Allied mechanized or motorized infantry unit is in supply, but its overland supply path crosses an unbridged canal, then it is considered to be dismounted from its vehicles, and a dismounted marker is placed on the unit. Interesting. Interesting. I was wondering about this before, because I was thinking, you're allowed to cross terrain. I was thinking multiple different types of terrain, like polder as well. You were allowed to cross this with mechanized and motorized units, and I thought, well, how does that work in terms of the actual vehicles? And this handles that. That's very clever. Very clever. Okay. If the overland supply path crosses a usable ferry over a major river, the marker is not placed. Okay. This unit is considered in supply, but must move and advance after combat as a non-mechanized unit, with a movement allowance of 3. The marker is removed immediately if at the start of its movement its overland supply path no longer crosses an unbridged canal. That's so clever, because that models, the vehicles catching up to the infantry. That's pretty clever. Okay. Note that out of supply units do not need this marker. Got it. Out of supply units do not need this marker. I guess because they already have the movement restrictions. They can only use tactical movement. Yeah. Okay, example. The 2 British motorized infantry units use tactical movement to cross the canal hex-side. Got it. In their next movement phase, they must move as non-mechanized units, with a movement allowance of 3, since their overland supply path crosses an unbridged canal hex-side. Got it. Well, that's very clever. Very clever. Okay. So next is reinforcements and entry areas. I think I want to leave that for next time. What am I at now? Just under an hour. Yeah, so next time I'll do 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. It's about 5 pages. Maybe finish. Maybe. What do I want to do? Hints for players. Yeah, I think maybe I'll just try to keep to 5 pages or an hour per session. Yep. Reinforcements and entry areas. Non-airborne reinforcements. Non-airborne reinforcements are placed in their entry area, listed on their counter, at the start of the owning player's movement phase. They may enter the map with their full movement allowance through the entry area by paying the terrain cost of the first hex entered. Reinforcements may enter the map by moving into an enemy zone of control, but must stop and move no further. In lieu of entering the map, a unit may remain in the entry area or be moved to an adjacent friendly entry area. Friendly entry areas. Allied entry areas. Entry areas M, N, and O are always friendly to the allied player. Entry areas A and L become friendly on turn 7. Turn 7, so it's 3 turns per day, so that's like day 3. German entry areas. Entry areas B through K are always friendly to the German player. Entry areas A and L are only friendly from turns 1 to 6. On turn 7, they become Allied controlled, and any German units still in those entry areas at the start of turn 7 are displaced to the adjacent German entry area. This causes disruption if in good order, and full retreat if already disrupted. Entry areas in general. Friendly entry areas may be entered during movement, retreat, or advance after combat. During the movement phase, the cost to enter an entry area is 1 movement point. Upon entering an entry area, the unit must stop and may not exit until a later friendly movement phase. To leave an entry area, see Rule 19.1. Only good order units may leave an entry area. Exception: automatic displacement from areas A and L. Entry areas are not considered adjacent to hexes for rally, extended movement, and retreat purposes. Okay. 19.1, leaving. Okay, so you can leave the entry area to an adjacent friendly entry area, but you can't just, like, leave all of the entry areas entirely. Major rivers. Entry and exit of an entry area across a major river is prohibited. Got it. Exception. Panarden Ferry, Area H. Properties of entry areas. Entry and exit of an entry area across. Right. Properties of entry areas. No stacking limit. And so basically what this is saying is that if there is a river on the border between the entry area and the main map, you can't just jump across the river to get into the entry area. You have to, do the common sense thing and cross where there's a crossing. Properties of entry areas. No stacking limit except when attacking onto the map. Zones of control do not extend into or out of entry areas. It's all common sense. Units cannot be attacked while in an entry area. Allied units cannot enter German entry areas, and German units cannot enter Allied entry areas. Retreating off the map. A unit that retreats off the map into an enemy entry area is eliminated. A unit that retreats off the map into a friendly entry area is placed in that entry area and marked as disrupted or full retreat as appropriate. A disrupted or full retreat unit may not re-enter the map until it has returned to good order. Movement between entry areas. A unit that starts its move in an entry area may move to an adjacent entry area at the cost of its entire movement allowance. The two entry areas must actually touch. If there is a gap between two entry areas, as between H and I, then no movement is allowed between those. Units that move to an adjacent entry area may not attack onto the map in that turn's combat phase. Use a spent marker if necessary. There is no limit to the number of units that may move between adjacent areas. Okay. Attacking onto the map. Units in an entry area can attack onto the map during the friendly combat phase if enemy units are adjacent to the entry area. Units that are going to attack onto the map are stacked at the edge of the entry area, abiding by the stacking limit. Assume hexes extend into the entry areas for this purpose. They may attack from there, and if successful in eliminating or retreating the enemy units, may advance onto the map through the hex side they attacked from, but are not required to do so. If the attack fails to eliminate or retreat the defenders, the units remain in the entry area. Artillery and entry areas. All artillery reinforcements arrive on their ready side. They can enter the map normally or remain in the entry area and provide artillery support. If providing support from an entry area, count the range normally, using the first hex of the map as the first hex. An artillery unit does not have to be in any certain off-map hex. It is assumed to be in the most advantageous position for the owning player. Example: the German artillery unit C can support either attack A or B. It has a range of 5, and you start counting from here. So that would be 1, 2, 3, and this is just 1. Got it. Night turns and replacements. Night turns. A night turn is identical to AM and PM turns, except weather is never rolled. The Allied player receives no air units or air landing points. The German player may ferry vehicle type units. The German player may flip over all eligible artillery units. Replacements are received starting on turn 8. Note, airborne returnees are special replacements that arrive starting on turn 2. Optional rule. Isolation attrition occurs. Note, night turns represent 12 hours, the period between 6 p.m. and 6 a.m. The AM and PM turns represent 6 hours each. So that's interesting because I'm playing Decisive Campaigns Ardennes at the same time as this, as I'm, reading through this. And you need to use the night turns to rest. So it's interesting that that is not the case in this system. That seems like a significant difference. Replacements. Night turns only. Replacements are received only on night turns, starting on turn 8, and are allocated during the owning player's movement phase. Each replacement can restore a reduced unit one step or bring a unit out of the eliminated units box on its lowest step. Replacements may not be saved, and those not used are forfeited. I see. So maybe this is the way that they're abstractly representing resting. Night turns only. I don't know. Maybe this is representing like a night convoy, bringing up replacements. Replacement rates. German. 2 infantry type replacements per night turn. 1 from the west edge of the map, entry areas B or C, and 1 from the north or east edges of the map, entry areas F, G, H, or I. British. 1 replacement of any type except airborne per night turn coming from entry area N. Okay. Any unit, not just infantry. Okay. Oh, only the Germans are limited to infantry type. Got it. Restrictions. The following restrictions apply when allocating a replacement. The receiving unit must have a supply path to the appropriate entry area at the instant the replacement is applied. The receiving unit must be in good order and not engaged. It does not matter if it is adjacent to an enemy unit. Got it. Once an allied unit is eliminated, it may not receive a replacement unless it is an engineer or bridging unit. Okay, that seems like a significant difference. German elite units, Allied airborne units, artillery units, and German vehicle type units may never receive replacements. Allied airborne units receive returnees. Okay. Restoring eliminated units. An eliminated unit that receives a replacement is placed on its lowest step in the entry area the replacement originated from. Alternatively, it can be placed in any friendly city hex with a supply path to the entry area that provided the replacement. Okay. The hex may not be in an enemy zone of control. To bring a 3-step unit out of the eliminated units box, move it to the remnant display, and then place the remnant on the map. Replacement markers. Indicate each unit that receives a replacement including those that come out of the eliminated units box, with a replacement marker. That unit may move a maximum of 1 hex in the movement phase and may not attack in the combat phase. Engineer units may not use their special abilities on the turn they are replaced. If in an entry area, it may still move 1 hex onto the map or move to an adjacent entry area. The replacement marker is removed in the recovery phase. A unit with a replacement marker prevents all attacks out of the hex, not just the unit receiving the replacement. As soon as the marker is removed in the recovery phase, the restriction is lifted. Artillery units in a stack with a replacement marker may still provide combat support. Design note: this rule allows units to remain in the front line and take replacements in a quiet sector. Got it. Breakdown units and merging units. In general, both players may create a breakdown unit by reducing a larger unit. Breakdown units are normal one-step units in all respects. When eliminated, they are returned to the breakdown units display and may be reused. The breakdown unit created must be the same type as the parent unit and be from the same division, if airborne. Use the tank type breakdowns for British tank battalions, including the Cromwell reconnaissance units. Use the infantry type breakdown units for all other non-airborne unit types, including Daimler Dingo reconnaissance units. If the parent unit is mechanized, use the mechanized side of the breakdown counter. If the parent unit is non-mechanized, use the non-mechanized side. Okay. So BD, I guess, stands for breakdown. Procedure. A unit may break down before, during, or after it moves, and before or after an advance after combat. The breakdown unit is placed in the hex with the unit that removed the step, and both units may then move. Wait, let me read this again. A unit may break down before, during, or after it moves, and before or after an advance after combat. The breakdown unit is placed in the hex with the unit that removed the step, and both units may then move or advance after combat normally. The breakdown unit created is considered to have spent the same number of movement points or hexes of advance rate as the parent unit at the time it splits off. A battalion is reduced 1 step and creates a breakdown unit. So this is a battalion, 1st Battalion, 501st Regiment, and it's the 101st Airborne Division. So this is, I guess, the step loss version, the reduced side of the counter. So it's like you take a step loss and you get this extra counter. Got it. And interestingly, the combat power, both in attack and defense, seems to be the same as the combined unit. So you're not taking a penalty that way. Breakdown restrictions. The following restrictions apply. Breakdown may only occur during a friendly turn, never during the enemy player turn. Units scattered, disrupted, or in full retreat may not break down. An airborne breakdown unit created must be from the same division as the parent unit. The number of breakdown units that may be created is strictly limited to the existing countermix. Okay, that's a very important restriction. The breakdown units are considered part of the formation they were created from. This may require bookkeeping. Okay. Note: supply, enemy zones of control, extended movement, and engaged markers have no effect on the ability to break down. Okay. Got it. Part of the formation. Okay, so that means, like, in this case, it's the formation it's a part of is this. It's the 101st Airborne Division, this black icon. That's the formation indicator. So this breakdown unit is considered part, and so that for something like this, which is more generic, it doesn't show a particular formation. So you have to remember which formation it came from. Got it. Rebuilding with breakdown units. Rebuilding can occur during the movement phase at the instant the two units have completed their movement. Supply status and enemy zones of control have no effect on rebuilding. If the breakdown unit is engaged, disrupted, or in full retreat, then the unit that receives the step also receives that status. The breakdown unit is returned to the display, and the parent unit is increased one step. A unit that absorbs a breakdown unit can still attack in the combat phase if in good order. Restrictions. Airborne breakdown units may only rebuild with a unit of the same division. It doesn't matter if it is the same regiment or battalion. All other breakdown units may only rebuild with the parent unit or provide a step for merging. Play note: when a breakdown unit joins a battalion, the battalion is increased one step, and the breakdown unit is immediately available to be used again. Okay. I mean, these are all battalion level units, right? Merging units. Only the German player may merge units. An infantry type unit may be reduced one step to restore a different infantry type unit one step. Vehicle units may not merge, but motorized infantry or Panzergrenadier units may. This action can occur at any time during a friendly movement phase, if the following conditions are met. Both units are from the same formation. Both units have completed their movement and are stacked together. The unit that is reduced has the same or better morale rating than the unit it will restore. Play note: a non-motorized infantry step may merge with a reduced motorized infantry or Panzergrenadier unit. Interesting. This seems valuable. I wonder what the justification for that is. Because, you would think that the whole benefit of motorized infantry is they have trucks. But this is saying you can take units that don't have trucks and merge them into a unit that does have trucks, and then it's like you're creating trucks out of thin air. If the conditions are met, one unit is removed or reduced, and the other unit is increased one step. Supply and the presence of enemy units have no effect. If the unit that is transferring the step is engaged, disrupted, or in full retreat, then the unit that receives the step also receives that status. As long as the receiving unit is not or does not become disrupted or in full retreat, it can still attack in the upcoming combat phase. Example of merging. So you've got this reduced infantry Kampf group and this regiment, remnants of a regiment, not sure. Oh no, this is a company. Wait a minute, wait, no, this is not a company. Company is 1 bar, battalion is 2 bars, 3 bars is a regiment, yeah. So this is 1-step unit, 1-step unit, and you're combined into the Kampf group. Okay. Got it. Okay, I get it. Airborne landings. The air landing phase. This phase only occurs during the allied player turn, and is when airborne units arrive into play. Units are placed on their appropriate drop hex, and the owning player rolls on the air landing table to determine the effects of the landing. Once per day. Air landings may be conducted only once per day, during an AM turn or a PM turn in which the weather is clear or cloudy, never at night. So if the allied player lands units in the AM turn, he may not land units in the PM turn. That's interesting. So seems like you might be gambling. If you get cloudy weather, you can gamble to wait to see if the weather clears up. The British Glider Pilot Regiment. The 2 battalions of the British Glider Pilot Regiment automatically arrive during the air landing phase of Turn 2 at the 1st Airborne Division's supply head without a die roll. They may move normally that turn. Design note. The pilots actually land on Turn 1, but take 1 turn to form up. The drop hex. Leeway. Where an airborne unit is placed is determined by the drop hex code printed on its counter. These codes correspond to drop hex codes printed on the map. The degree of leeway to this drop hex is determined by the turn. Turn 1. Units must land on their drop hex. If 2 hexes have the same code, then units may be placed in either hex. Turns 3 and 4. Units may land on or adjacent to their drop hex. Turns 6 and 7. Units may land on or adjacent to any drop hex belonging to their division, or on or adjacent to their division's airborne supply head. Exception. Only the Polish units may use the 3 Polish drop hexes. Turn 9+. Units may land on or adjacent to any drop hex or airborne supply head of any airborne division. Okay, got it. Delayed landings. The allied player is never forced to land airborne reinforcements. He may delay them as long as he wishes. Units that are delayed use the leeway of their new date. Drop hex restrictions. Terrain. Parachute units must land in a clear, woods, town, or polder hex No city or marsh hexes. Glider and artillery units must land in a clear hex. Villages have no effect. Okay. Stacking. No more than 9 steps may land in each hex per turn. If other friendly units are already in the hex, then exceeding the overstacking limit is allowed, but must be corrected by the end of the Allied movement phase. Rivers. If a drop hex or airborne supply head is adjacent to a river or canal, the landing unit may not be placed across the river or canal. Got it. Drop hexes A1 and A2. The 1st Battalion, 501st Regiment of the 101st Division Battalion lands in Hex 4008 because its Pathfinder's plane was shot down by flak. Its planned drop hex 3909 is shown mainly for historical interest, but can be used on or after turn 6. Is that? We don't have a picture of that. Fine. The air landing table. Procedure. On turn 1, roll only 1 die per hex. If a result other than no effect occurs, apply it to 1 infantry type airborne unit in that hex. Allied player's choice. After turn 1, roll 1 die for each unit. Design note. On turn 1, only 1 die is rolled per hex to reflect the lack of opposition experienced by the initial landings. So on a die roll of 1 to 4, nothing happens. On a 5, S, 6, 7, S1, 8 plus S2. Okay. Explanation of results. A dash means no effect. S means the airborne unit is scattered. S1 means the airborne unit is scattered and loses 1 step. Record 1 airborne replacement for the appropriate division on the airborne replacement track. These may be used to restore reduced airborne units. Okay. Record 1 airborne replacement. What does that mean? Oh, I think okay. I think, right. That means that you can get a replacement in a future turn. S2. The airborne unit is scattered and loses 2 steps. Record 1 airborne replacement of the appropriate division on the replacement track. The other step is permanently lost. Got it. I get it. So the reason you're recording a replacement, what that means is that you're saying, okay, in a future turn you'll be able to get a replacement for that unit. Oh, I see. Right, okay. So what that means is that those units are not killed. They're just scattered. They're all over the place. So that the step loss does not mean that the units were killed. It just means that the units are all over the place. Got it. Okay, DRMs. Apply the DRMs listed below to the die roll. All are cumulative. Ignore all modifiers on turn 1. +1 if landing in a polar hex, so +1 is bad, that's not what we want. +2 if landing in a contested hex. +3 if landing in an enemy-controlled hex. +4 if landing in a town or woods hex. Contested. A hex is contested if it is adjacent to an enemy unit, including an unknown unit, but there is also a friendly unit in or adjacent to that same hex. Enemy controlled. A hex is enemy controlled if it is adjacent to an enemy unit, including an unknown unit, and there are no friendly units in or adjacent to that hex. Got it. Example: the British 4th Parachute Brigade lands on turns 3 or 4, day 2, on or adjacent to hex 6516. A. Okay. On or adjacent. So you can land on any of these 6 hexes adjacent to 6516. Got it. The following air landing DRMs would apply to each hex. On hex A, you'd get a +2 for a contested hex because there's an enemy unit adjacent, but you also have a friendly unit adjacent. On B, you get a +6 because it's a contested woods hex because there's an enemy units. So there's an enemy unit adjacent, but there's also a friendly unit, so it's contested. So you get +2 for that. And it's a woods hex, so you get a +4 for that, right? Yeah. C, you get a +7. It's an enemy-controlled woods hex. So because there's an enemy unit adjacent, but there's no friendly unit adjacent or in this hex, you get a +3. And because it's a woods hex, you get a +4 for that. And then D, you get a +4 because it's a woods hex. Got it. Okay, understood. Play note. The status of contested and enemy controlled is determined at the start of the air landing phase and does not change during the phase with the landing of airborne units. Got it. So that means like, right, if this is a enemy controlled hex and then you land airborne units on it, that doesn't turn it into a contested hex. It's still an enemy controlled hex. Airborne artillery landing. Artillery units that suffer an S1 result are flipped. S1 means scattered plus a step loss. Yeah. No. Oh, wait a minute. So okay, so no, I was wrong before. So if maybe it's like a more serious scattering. What's the difference between a normal scattered and a scattered that causes a step loss? I'm not sure about that. Okay, anyway, airborne artillery landing. Artillery units that suffer an S1 result are flipped to their fired side and marked scattered rather than lose a step. Those that suffer an S2 result are eliminated. In both cases, no airborne replacement is recorded. Okay. 1-step airborne unit landing. If the A82 breakdown unit landing on turn 1 suffers an S1 result, the unit is eliminated and the replacement is received. Okay. Scattered markers. Units become scattered by an adverse result on the air landing table. Units that are scattered suffer the following effects. They may only use tactical movement. Their attack strength is halved. Artillery units may not provide artillery support. Scattered markers are removed in the Allied recovery phase, even if the unit is in an enemy zone of control. Okay. Air landing points. Beginning with turn 3, the Allied player enters airborne reinforcements into play with his available air landing points during his air landing phase. Each point allows 1 airborne reinforcement unit of any size to land. If the Allied player has fewer air landing points than available units, he may choose which units to land. If an airborne unit does not arrive on its turn of arrival, it may land on a following day. Air landing points may not be accumulated. They must be used on that turn or lost. Okay. Fewer air landing points than available units. Got it. The Polish Airborne Brigade. Restrictions. Polish airborne units may only land on clear turns, and they may not land until all Turn 3 units have landed. They may land on the same turn as those units land. Okay? Polish airborne drop hexes. These 3 drop hexes may only be used by Polish airborne units. Note that the Poles belong to the 1st Airborne Division, and so may also land at their drop hexes. See leeway. Okay. Okay. Where do I want to stop? Maybe stop at 26, page 26. Landing on enemy units. If any airborne units drop on enemy units, resolve the combat during that air landing phase after placing all airborne reinforcements. How could that even happen? I don't understand how that could happen. Resolve the combat with the CRT in the normal way after placing all airborne reinforcements. Resolve the combat with the CRT in the normal way, except the attacker, the airborne units, is halved, and the defender is doubled. The airborne units receive no shifts from artillery or air support, but do receive the shifts for morale. If the attacker does not eliminate or force the defender to retreat, then all airborne units landing in that hex are eliminated. If the attack succeeds, the airborne units must still roll on the air landing table per normal rules. Airborne units must abide by the stacking limit when they land on enemy units. Count friendly units only. Oh, I think what that means is here in this example, well, actually let's look at the enemy controlled. So is that saying you're allowed to drop directly onto an enemy unit? Like I could drop onto this hex? I mean, that I would imagine that's considered enemy controlled, even though the text doesn't explicitly. I mean, if you were being strict about this, it's not really adjacent to an enemy unit. I guess it's adjacent to this unit, but it's not. Write that down as a question. Oops. Okay. Where was I? Okay. Returnees. These are created by the S1 and S2 results on the air landing table. These steps return to play in the form of replacements. These are the only replacements the airborne units will receive. An airborne replacement may not be used on the turn it is created, but it may be used on any following turn during an Allied movement phase. An airborne unit can receive a replacement under the following restrictions. Each division may receive no more than one step per game turn. These steps may be used in AM, PM, or night turns. The airborne unit must be in good order, not engaged, and have a supply path to its supply head. Okay. A replacement may not be used on the turn it is created. They are created by the S1 and S2 results. Okay. It may be used on any following turn. Okay. The airborne supply head must be in good order and not engaged. Follow 20.2.5 when allocating airborne replacements. Created and used. So I think that means that you put them on the replacement track and then you can spend them to increase the step count of a unit that's already on the map. Something like that. Special rules. Yeah. About time. Turn 1 special rules. Allied turn. The game starts on the Allied air landing phase with clear weather. Skip the artillery resupply and bridge phases. Surprise effects. To account for the complete surprise achieved by the airborne landings, the following rules are in effect on turn 1. Roll once for each airborne stack instead of once for each airborne unit when using the air landing table. Ignore all DRMs on the air landing table. Apply a -1 DRM to all bridge blowing attempts. German units, including turn 1 reinforcements, may only use tactical movement, even units in full retreat. German movement into an entry area is prohibited except into entry areas A and L. Double artillery shifts. To account for the pre-planned artillery barrage, the 5th Agra and Guards Division artillery units provide 2 shifts each instead of 1 shift each. They may not be combined to achieve 4 shifts. Okay. Bridging units. The only units that may repair bridges are the 2 allied bridging units that start with the 8th and 30th Corps. See the bridge repair rules for details. Bridging units are free stacking units. Repair bridges. Okay. Allied engineer units. Purpose. These units are the only units that allow an attack across an unbridged major river hex side. They also create a ferry when located adjacent to a major river hex side. So that answers my question that I had before, which was that do the engineers need to do anything to let you use that ferry ability? And no, it looks like as long as they're adjacent to the major river, you can use that ferry ability. Okay. Major river assaults. See Rule 9.5.3 for details. The engineer can move, but not use extended movement, on the same turn it enables a major river assault. It may enable only one major river assault per turn. The allied player may withhold the engineer unit's attack strength from the attack to keep it safe from an exchange or DRX result. I think DRX is defender retreats with an exchange. Creating a ferry. Engineer units can also serve as a ferry across any one adjacent major river hex side. This type of ferry has a capacity of 6 steps per turn, one of which may be a vehicle type step. The engineer unit can move to the major river hex side and create the ferry all in the same movement phase. It cannot do this if it uses extended movement. An engineer unit may cross a major river at any hex side using tactical movement. The following restrictions apply to creating a ferry. Once a friendly unit uses the engineer unit as a ferry, the engineer unit may no longer move that movement phase. An engineer unit cannot be used as both a ferry and for a major river assault on the same turn. It's one or the other. As with other ferry sites, units must use tactical movement to cross and do not have to start adjacent to the river. Unlike printed ferry sites, units using an engineer as a ferry can cross into an enemy zone of control, but may not cross or enter an enemy zone of control bond. Play note: a ferry may not be created across canals, minor rivers, and lake hex sides. Players may use the back of the engineer unit to indicate which hex side the ferry is located at. The back of the engineer unit. Okay. The back of the engineer unit. They use the back of the engineer unit. What does that mean? Does it mean the orientation of the counter? I don't know. Supply. An engineer unit that is adjacent to a major river hex side is considered a usable ferry site for the tracing of an overland supply path in the same way as a printed ferry. Okay. British Corps boundaries. There are two core boundary lines printed on the map that separate the 8th, 12th, and 30th Corps. British units marked as 8C, 12C, 30C, or with an entry area code N, M, and O associated with their corps are restricted from moving more than one hex across their boundary line. They may attack German units while operating in that one hex overlap zone, including German units that are 2 hexes away from the boundary line. If units ever move, advance, or retreat more than 2 hexes across their boundary, they are immediately marked and suffer full retreat status, and may not recover until they return to their side of the core boundary line. All British reinforcements and 8C, 12C, 30C units that move north of the boundary line, the 2000 hex row, may move as they please as long as they are north of this hex row. They may not, however, wrap around and then back down the boundary line. The boundaries have no effect on German units. These boundary restrictions are only in effect turns 1 through 6. The German 406th Division. The 82nd Airborne leadership was very concerned about how many German troops would attack them, and how fast from the German border. The following rule recreates that uncertainty. The 5 units marked 406 enter on entry area I, but have their turn of arrival determined by a die roll. At the start of each German movement phase, starting on turn 1, roll 1 die for each unit. If the die roll is 1 or 2, that unit arrives that turn. If the die roll is 3 through 6, the unit remains in the holding box. Continue rolling each turn until turn 4, or all units have arrived. On turn 4, all of the units still in the box are released without rolling. Okay, got it. The teal and what? Comma S Hertogenbosch garrisons. The German units that start in teal 5606 and the comma S Hertogenbosch 4301 may not move until an Allied unit moves within 2 hexes of their location. Their movement allowance is printed in a black box to indicate that. This 3. Once released, they may move normally. Note, no SS units are garrisons. Garrisons. What's a garrison? Oh, that's one of the hidden units. Reconnaissance units. Reconnaissance units alone in a hex and attacked ignore the step loss requirement, but not the retreat portion on a D1 or DS result. Exchange, Defender Retreat Exchange, and A1 D1 results are applied normally. Units with this special ability are indicated with their movement allowance in a green circle. Got it. All right. I think I'll stop there, and I'll finish the rest of this next time. Just about done reading the manual. All right. Cool. So I left off having just finished reading the special rules. So next up is traffic markers. And I think actually I'm going to finish reading the rules of play this time. And then next time I'll start going through the playbook. And I installed Vassal on my gaming PC, or the newest version, and I installed the Holland 44 latest module so that I can start going through the example of play. But for today, traffic markers. Page 26. Let's go down here. Traffic markers. Recording's working. All right, let's do this. Traffic markers. Traffic markers in general. The German player may place available traffic markers in an attempt to slow the movement of Allied mechanized units. Traffic markers have no effect on Allied non-mechanized units and German units. Non-mechanized, so that would mean like infantry and trucks, I think. Design note. These represent the traffic jams that occurred at the critical bridges and choke points along the highway. Actually, I want to know, are infantry and trucks mechanized? Yes, they are. Okay, they're mechanized, but they're not vehicle type, and they're not armored. So this is mechanized, this is vehicle type, this is armored. Got it. Okay. It's a little bit strange to me that the Germans are allowed to place the traffic markers. Although I guess it makes sense in the sense that the German player is going to be maybe more fair about putting it in a place where you would expect there to be more traffic than if like the Allied player had to do it, or if they had to agree on where to put them. So I can see the justification there. All right, effects of traffic markers. Traffic markers have the following effects. They increase the entry cost, road and off-road, of the hex by 2 movement points for all mechanized Allied units. Road and off-road, okay. I think that means if you're entering a hex via a road, that's what road means. And this means a road, can you put them anywhere? Yeah, I guess you can put them anywhere. But I think this also maybe means that if a hex has a road in it, and you enter through a hex side that does not have a road, you still pay the extra cost. Something like that. All right, traffic markers force all mechanized Allied units advancing after combat into the hex to stop and end their advance. No breakthrough combat is allowed. Okay. It seems like a bit of an edge case situation. I'm trying to imagine a situation in which that would happen. But okay. Mechanized units using tactical movement ignore traffic markers. Traffic markers have no effect on combat, retreat, and supply paths. Okay. The traffic marker phase. During this phase, the German player may place on the map any of the markers available in the traffic marker holding box or arriving from the turn record track. Removal. After placement, he rolls 2 dice and removes the traffic markers with the ID of those die rolls. For example, if a 2 and a 4 were rolled, remove traffic markers number 2 and 4. If doubles are rolled, then only 1 marker is removed. If a number is rolled for a marker that is not yet in play, then there is no effect. Place the removed traffic markers back in the traffic marker holding box for the next turn. Traffic markers are never voluntarily removed once placed on the map. They are removed only as a result of the removal dice roll. Traffic marker placement restrictions. Traffic markers may not be placed on or adjacent to one another. Okay, that's a big one. Traffic markers may not be traffic markers may not be placed in a hex north of all British mechanized units. You can't cause traffic in hexes that the British Second Army has not reached yet. So this one, to me, is making me think that if you were sending out your recon vehicles, that would also allow the German player to place traffic markers further forward than they otherwise would be able to. Okay. Beyond those two restrictions, they can be placed in any hex, in or out of enemy zones of control, in hexes occupied by enemy units, behind or in front of enemy lines. So you could put them in woods, although that wouldn't do anything, but it would be nonsensical. Beyond those two restrictions, they can be placed in any hex in or out of enemy zones of control, in hexes occupied by enemy units, behind or in front of enemy lines. Only traffic markers that are in the traffic marker holding box may be placed. The ones already on the map may not be repositioned or removed. At start situation. In the traffic marker phase of turn 1, the German player may place 3 traffic markers, number 1, number 2, and number 3. He gets 1 additional marker each turn until they are all in play by turn 4. Unknown units. Second edition note. An unknown unit is now revealed immediately when an allied unit moves adjacent to it. In general, unknown units represent the possible presence of one-step German units. They start on their unrevealed ? Side and are only revealed when an allied unit moves adjacent. If the back is a 000 garrison unit, it has no effect and is immediately removed. If the back is a unit with a defense strength, it remains in the hex. Properties. While on their unrevealed side, unknown units are considered combat units and have the following properties. They may not move. They have no stacking value. They have no stacking value, but no more than 1 is allowed in each hex. They have a zone of control, but cannot be used to form a zone of control bond. How would you even get more than 1 in each hex if you can't move them? They count as German units for the purpose of bridge demolition or rewiring a bridge. Allied units may not use extended movement to move adjacent to them. Okay. Revealed unknown units that are combat units are treated as regular combat units in all respects, and may not become unknown again. Some of these units have a movement allowance of 0, cannot move, and are eliminated if forced to retreat. Revealing lone unknown units. When an allied unit moves or advances adjacent to an unknown unit that is not separated by an unbridged major river hex side, the unknown unit is revealed. If it is a 000 garrison, then it is removed from play, and the allied stack may continue moving and advancing with no delay if not stopped by other revealed units in the hex or adjacent hexes. Revealing a 000 unknown unit does prevent extended movement for the moving allied unit. If the unknown unit is a combat unit, then the allied stack must stop its movement. Okay. At start location, place the 21 unknown units in their starting hex before the game begins on their unrevealed side. Neither the German nor Allied player may examine their backside until revealed. For ease of setup, the hexes containing unknown units have a yellow dot in them, for example 6314. Moving unknown units. Starting on turn 3, the German player may reposition one unrevealed unknown unit per turn during his movement phase. The German player picks it up without observing its back and may place it back down on any town or city hex under the following restrictions. The town or city hex does not contain nor is adjacent to an Allied unit. The town or city hex has a road-bound supply path to a German-controlled entry area. Is that it? Okay, this is a key one. This is a key one. I didn't know the German player could do this. And it's like, even if it's bypassed, even if you have a unit that was bypassed, you can move it all the way back to Arnhem. So there doesn't, it's saying you don't need to have a path. You don't need to have a supply path from the unit's original location to its new location. Okay. Okay, well, got it. How to win. The victory check phase. Victory is checked in the victory check phase of each turn. The game ends immediately if either player achieves an automatic victory. German automatic victory. The German player wins the game if, during any victory check phase, the Allied player has not yet achieved his victory conditions, and he accomplishes one or both of the following objectives. Eliminate or force the removal of all Allied units from the north side of the Lower Rhine. So basically that's where Arnhem is. Oh, I have this vassal now. I can show. So this topmost river is the Lower Rhine. Yeah, you can see it in blue here. Lower Rhine. So if you kill all these airborne units up here, that's what they're talking about. Accumulate 12 victory points. I don't remember how you get victory points. I think you get victory points by killing stuff. Allied automatic victory. The Allied player wins the game if during any victory check phase he has 10 or more VPs. Oh geez, I gotta charge my battery. And at least one non-airborne unit north of the Lower Rhine that is able to trace a supply path to entry area N. Entry area N is like the bottom of the map. Any German VPs accumulated at that time are ignored. Right, so what that means is if you get a non-airborne unit above this river, and you can do it at any of these points, like at any of these crossings, here, 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 there are a bunch of places where you can do it. It doesn't have to be at the Arnhem Bridge, the orange one here. So all you need to do is get a non-airborne unit north of this river, and then, oh, and it has to be able to trace a supply path back to entry area N, which is this bottom part here, which is, you know, that's probably the harder part, maybe. And then you need 10 VPs, which I think comes from capturing cities, holding cities. Okay, endgame victory. If neither player has won an automatic victory by the end of the game, then players tally their VPs, and the player with the most VPs wins. Ties go to the German player. Victory points. Allied VPs. VPs are awarded to the Allied player for control of certain hexes on the map and for getting non-airborne units across the Lower Rhine to the north side. If the German player recaptures a VP hex, then the Allied player loses the VP until he can regain control of the hex. VPs are awarded to the Allied player for the following: 1 VP for each city hex he controls. There are 11. Eindhoven, so Eindhoven is, no, that's Nijmegen. Nijmegen. Eindhoven is the southern one. So you can see this is where you start at the bottom. So Eindhoven is these 3 brownish hexes. Helmond. Helmond is where? Hex 2914. Here, this one. Sertogenbosch. Not sure what that means. This almost looks like they did like a find and replace. Maybe that's the name of it. Okay, let's look. 4301. 4, 3. Oh, yeah, that's how it's, yeah. Well, but here it's S apostrophe, and here it's apostrophe S. Sertogenbosch. Okay, well, it's this hex. Nijmegen, which I know how to pronounce because I looked it up. So that is these 2 hexes. Teal, hex 5606. Okay, that's this hex here. And Arnhem. Hexes, so it's these 3 hexes. Okay, so how many hexes is that? That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Really? There are 11. And you need 10. You need 10 VPs. Okay, so you also get VPs for other stuff. 1 VP for the town of Overloon. Hex 35124. Overloon. 352. 352. Okay, here we go. This one. Okay. 1 VP for the town of Venray. Hex 3225. So that would be this one. Okay, so these 2 are worth 1 VP. 1 VP for each non-airborne, non-breakdown Allied unit that is north of the Lower Rhine and is able to trace a supply path to a south map edge supply source. Okay. Examples. So you don't get VPs for killing German units. Okay, that's important. So you only have 11, 12, 13. You have 13 hexes that you can get VPs for. And then if you get 1 non-airborne unit, that's 14. So there's not a lot of leeway here. You really have to capture all of these. I mean, it seems like you have to have a go at capturing all of these. Or almost all of them. Teal is way out over here. And Arnhem, that's a really hard one. So like if you just gave up on Arnhem, that's 3. You'd have to capture pretty much everything else. Yeah, this one's way out of the way. So, I mean, to me, that's suggesting that a clear thing where you want to send these forces that are on the right over to the right to capture these 2. These forces that are on the left, maybe, you want to send them over this way to capture this and Teal. And then this main force you want to send up this highway to go for Nijmegen. Yeah. I don't see another way to do it. Okay. Um, Examples. The Allied player would have 10 VPs if he controlled Eindhoven for 3 VPs, Nijmegen, 2 VPs, and had 5 non-airborne units across the Lower Rhine, and able to trace a supply path for 5 VPs. Okay. So the question is, how easy is that to do? So I guess you could ignore these side objectives and just go straight up the middle. Or maybe just take it as things come, remain flexible to do either of them. Okay. German VPs. The German player is awarded 1 VP for each Allied 3-step unit eliminated. Actually in the eliminated pile, not when reduced to a remnant. All other Allied units count as 1/2 VP. Exception. The German player is not awarded VPs for breakdown units or airborne supply heads. Okay. So this is something I've been experiencing when playing Arete, which is that when your units get step losses, you want to pull them back to deny VPs to your opponent. And it's almost a little bit counterintuitive, because you would think, well, what's the difference between, like, why do they get a VP for that final step loss and not for the step losses prior to it? But that's just the way the game is written. Where are we? Note: if the German player eliminates an Allied engineer or bridging unit, he would gain 1/2 VP. If the Allied player restores the unit, the German player would lose the 1/2 VP. Okay, that's good to know. Also somewhat counterintuitive. Okay. Optional rules. Disengagement. Purpose: a way for the phasing player to retreat during the combat phase. The disengagement table. On a 1 to 3, no. 4, yes. 1 step loss. 5, 6, yes. Treat results greater than 6 as 6 and results less than 1 as 1. Die roll modifiers. +1 if the unit or group is mechanized. +1 if the unit or group's TQ is elite. What's TQ? They don't define it. Okay. Troop quality? Maybe that's what it stands for. -1 if the unit's troop quality, or at least 1 unit in the group, is low quality. If disengaging as a group, or at least 1 unit in the group. If disengaging as a group, these positive modifiers apply only if all units in the group qualify. A way for the phasing player to retreat during the combat phase. Okay, yeah, this is a cool rule. Why wouldn't they be able to retreat during the movement phase? What does retreat mean? What does disengagement mean? And what does retreat actually mean? Does that mean like cancel an attack? Okay, procedure. Any unit or stack, including disrupted units, that does not attack in the combat phase and is adjacent to an enemy unit can attempt disengagement. A unit may either attack or roll for disengagement. It cannot do both. Disengagement can be resolved at any time in the friendly combat phase, before, during, or after all combats. The unit must be adjacent to an enemy unit. To resolve the attempt, use the disengagement table. The owning player can roll once for each unit in a stack, or roll once for the entire stack, his choice. The phasing player may see the result of each attempt before deciding to conduct the next disengagement attempt. Results. If the modified die roll is 1 to 3, the unit does not retreat. A 4 result causes 1 step loss from the unit or stack. A yes result allows the unit to retreat 1 or 2 hexes in any direction, following the procedures for retreats. If the unit retreats, it becomes disrupted, but recovers normally in the upcoming recovery phase. Plain note. This rule is helpful for units attempting to escape a closing pocket. They can try to retreat forward or out of the pocket. Example. The German unit is moved to Hex A during the German movement phase, and then a disengagement is attempted during the combat phase. The attempt is successful, a die roll of 5. The German player retreats his unit to Hex B and marks it as disrupted. Okay, I get it. So you would use this in addition to the movement phase. Very helpful explanation of the justification or the rationale. Got it. Okay. I could see this being useful in Arete. Isolation attrition. Night turns only. During each night turn, all friendly units except airborne supply heads, which were marked out of supply from a previous turn and are currently isolated, suffer isolation attrition. Isolation attrition occurs during the friendly supply phase. Definition of isolated. A unit is isolated if it cannot trace an overland supply path of any length to a friendly supply source. Airborne supply heads. Any allied unit that can trace a supply path to a depleted airborne supply head is exempt from isolation attrition. Procedure. Roll 1 die for each isolated unit and consult the isolation table. If a stack is isolated, roll for each unit in the stack. Isolation table. On 1 to 4, you lose a step. On a 5 or 6, there's no effect. Okay. Die roll modifiers. +1 if the unit is elite or an allied unit, not cumulative. -1 if the unit is low quality. +2 if the unit can trace an overland supply path of any length to 1 or more city hexes. Got it. Treat modified results less than 1 as 1 and greater than 6 as 6. Results. -1 step. The unit is reduced 1 step. A unit can lose its last remaining step. Due to isolation attrition. No effect. Nothing happens to the unit. Play balance. Ziegler and Richter. The 2 SS units that start in hexes 1406 and 1408 may only use tactical movement on turns 1 and 2. Starting on turn 3, this restriction is lifted. Experienced players have found that if you rush the 2 SS mechanized units on the front line, Ziegler and Richter, back to Eindhoven, you can cause a lot of trouble for 30 Corps. We did not foresee this when testing the game, and it is not historical to allow it. The German units on the front line would not have reacted so quickly on the first day. Okay. Scenarios. The short game. Setup and scenario data. Game length, 11 turns, starts on turn 1 and ends in the victory check phase of turn 11. First player starts with the Allied air landing phase of turn 1. There is no weather phase, artillery resupply phase, or bridge phase on turn 1. Setup. Use the setup card. Markers. Traffic markers. Markers 1 to 3 start in the traffic marker holding box. Place the other 3 on the turn record track, 1 each in turns 2, 3, and 4. Moved markers. Place all 5, 3 British and 2 German, in their holding boxes on the map. air unit markers. Place both in their holding box. Both may be used on turn 1. Airborne replacement markers. All 4 markers start at 0. Bridges markers. 4 bridges along the Bocholt-Herentals Canal start the game blown. Oh, interesting. Where's that? Oh, I think it's this. Yeah. Right. These 4 bridges are blown. The bridge at 1303, 1404, Joe's Bridge, is intact. So that's this one. Other markers. Place the turn marker on turn 1 of the turn record track. Place the 2 weather markers on clear in the weather track. Place all other markers aside. Scenario victory conditions. The allied player wins if he has at least 4 steps of non-airborne units on the north side of the Val River during the victory check phase of turn 11. The Val River is the second, the third? Yeah, it's this. I think it's this one. Yeah, there it is. Val. So it's not the northernmost river, it's the second one. So if you have at least 4 steps of non-airborne units on the north side of that river, and you're able to trace a supply path to a south map edge supply source. Otherwise, it is a German victory. Okay, so I guess the idea is if you're in that situation by turn 11, there's a good chance you'll be able to get a victory in the longer version. S2, the campaign game. Setup and scenario data. Game length 20 turns. Starts on turn 1 and ends in the victory check phase of turn 20. First player setup, same as the short game. Markers, same as the short game. Scenario victory conditions C26. Okay. Oh, I think we're just about done. Expanded sequence of play, index. Okay, let's read the rest of this. Hints for players. German player. Don't forget to send some of your von Tettau units to the island Betue to help defend the Val River line. The railroad bridge at Rhenen is good for that. So they're talking about this part between these 2 rivers. This is an island. There we go. There's the name of it. The road bridge at Rhenen, 6010. So that would be here. Yeah. Railroad bridge. Got it. Even if you lose Nijmegen early, you are still in good shape if you hold the far side of the bridge in strength. Okay. As long as the front line is near the edge of the map, you can keep your artillery units in the entry areas and provide support from there. Okay. Keep a few units in entry area B to force the allied player to guard against that area the entire game. Entry area B is this one on the left. Got it. Because they can come in from anywhere and cut supply lines. So you'd have to keep a unit, allied unit, like over here. Maybe here at this crossroads. There is a balance between defending the island of... How do you pronounce this? I gotta look this up.
Hello, this is Hans the Dutch guy with Much Dutch. And this time we will see how to pronounce in a regular Dutch accent Betuwe.
Betuwe. Let's hear that one more
A
time.
region, see how to pronounce in a regular Dutch accent Betuwe. A region in the Netherlands. This is the way we say Betuwe.
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 There is a light emphasis
Okay, I more or less get it. Betuwe.
on the first syllable. Tuwe, region in the Netherlands. This is the way we say Betuwe.
Betuwe. Betuwe. There's a balance between defending the island of Betuwe and eliminating the 1st Airborne Division. So the 1st Airborne Division is the one that lands here at Arnhem. Let's see if we can see that. That one right there on the counter. That's what this designates this as the 1st Airborne Division. So there's a balance between defending the island of Betuwe and eliminating the 1st Airborne Division. The more units you send to the island, the longer it will take to reduce the 1st Airborne Division. And if you don't send enough units to the island, then all your efforts at reducing the 1st Airborne pocket will go to naught. Keep the 107th Panzer Brigade together. Don't spread it out. Using the demi-battalion stacking rule allows all 5 units to fight in the same hex at full strength. Where is the 107th? Is that off? Breakdown. Do they have the reinforcements? No. Where would I look for that? 107th. I'm gonna guess that's a reinforcement. So let's see if I can see the reinforcements. Player area card? Shut up. Setup card. Okay, this order of appearance. Can I zoom this in? 107th Panzer Brigade. So I'm looking first for a Panzer icon, like a circle or an oval shape. Oval shape. Okay, here we go. That's it. Okay, so I don't need to look for an oval shape. I just look for the Panzer icon. There we go. This is it. 107, 2 steps, and that minus means it's a demi-battalion. And then where's the rest of it? So here's another one. Any others? That's 3 steps if you combine them. Oh, not that one. This one. Okay, that's 4 steps. Is there any others? I think it's just those 2. Yeah, I'm not seeing any others. Okay. All 5 units. Okay, I got a... What? 5 units. Are there some that start on the map? (406th Division). Where do these guys come in from? 6K. Turn 6. Entry area K. So K is the east. Here. Well, they're not on the map already. Unless there's infantry. Panzer Brigade. Maybe there's infantry in the same... Oh, okay, yes, right. So this is mechanized infantry. So that's 3 units. Any others? I'm going to look for units of the same shade of color. Here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4. That's 4. And this one, 5 engineers. Okay. Understood. Use the Pannerden ferry at 5626 to move 1 step each turn onto the island. Nijmegen needs to be reinforced as quickly as possible. Pannerden ferry. Okay, so that is, I looked at that before. That is this ferry here. Pannerden ferry. So you're trying to cross units here and then bring them down to Nijmegen. Allied player. Even if you don't get an airborne battalion to the Arnhem Bridge, a battalion or two next to it will slow down the German player from getting units to Nijmegen. It is crucial that the 1st Airborne Division secure drop zone Y for the 4th Parachute Brigade landing on day 2. Drop zone Y is, what's the command to hide your units? Alt-H. Okay. Drop zone Y, this one. Okay, don't need to hide units for that. It is crucial that the 1st Airborne Division secure drop zone Y for the 4th Parachute Brigade landing on day 2. If the drop zone is overrun, you can delay the landing until the following day. Send the 43rd Division straight up the road behind the Guards Armored Division. You'll need it in the fighting between Nijmegen and Arnhem. 43rd Division straight up the road behind the Guards Armored Division. 43rd. Let's look at this. Okay, that's as big as it gets. Send the 43rd Division straight up the road behind the Guards Armored Division. So 43rd, looking for 43 on these lines here, all the way on the right. 43. Okay. Not seeing it. Send the 43rd Division straight up the road behind the Guards Armored Division. Straight up the road behind the Guards Armored. Where's the Guards Armored? The Guards Armored Division is the lead formation. Oh, right. This is Allied advice. Looking at the wrong units. Send the 43rd Division. Okay, so where's that? Where are they? Okay, so GDS, that's the Guards Armored Division. 43rd. I guess that's reinforcements coming for the Allies. Looking for a 43 on the right side of this line of text. That's airborne. Here we go, this. 43, 43, 43, 43, 43, 43, 43, 43, 43. Okay, so it's this light blue formation. Oh, I don't have to look at every individual line. I could just look at the background colors, and those are the different formations, different divisions. Okay, send the 43rd Division straight up the road behind the Guards Armored Division. You'll need it in the fighting between Nijmegen and Arnhem. Okay, so when they come on, that's quite late, turn 9. That's day 3, day 4. So they're gonna come straight up this road, and I need them to fight around here. Got it. Move your bridging units up as fast as you can. If the bridge is at best and zone, how do you pronounce? Zone.
Hello, this is Hans the Dutch guy with Much Dutch, and this time we will in English. This is the way we say zone.
Zone. Zone.
Zone.
Zone. Okay. If the bridge is at best and zone or out. So where's best? Here's zone. Best is here. So that's pretty far down the map. If the bridges at Best and Zone are out, make sure your bridging unit can arrive at the bridge by turn 4 to start fixing it on turn 5. So turn 4, that's just 1, 2, 3, 4. That's the second day by the PM turn. Got it. Your airborne units are great in providing the morale shift in combat, but if you use them too much, you'll make it easy for the German player to win. On turn 2, send a few units from the 101st to Eindhoven to help the Guards Armored Division advance. Okay, so that is Eindhoven here, and they're talking about these green units here. So I guess you want to use these units to attack these two bridges and then send them south to Eindhoven. Got it. So that's a very prescribed opening, right? That's quite a lot of units. Okay. So maybe keep one unit here to defend. Keep your engineer units out of combat. They are too valuable. If one gets eliminated, it should get priority for the one replacement you get every 3 turns. Okay. The Germans can hold Nijmegen for a long time, so more often than not, you will need to cross the Waal via a major river assault. Be prepared for that. With an elite lead formation and artillery support, you can almost always get across. It is the counterattack you have to worry about. Got it. So what they're saying there is this could be very difficult to break through. So what we'll need to do is attack across the river here. And the thing is that in order to get the points for the non-airborne units north of this river, they need to be able to trace a supply path. And the only way to do that, there's an overland portion and then the road portion. So the overland portion can go across this river at any of these, what are these called? Ferry points. Or the railroad bridge or this Arnhem Bridge. But then the road portion cannot use the ferry points. So the road portion is going to have to come across at Nijmegen. So that's really what the battle for Nijmegen is going to be about. It's going to not be so much a method of advance. It's going to be the supply. It's going to be a way to get supply to these units. So it doesn't have to happen until, you don't have to clear that route until the very end. Although, if the units are here, they could end up out of supply. So I don't know. Maybe you do have to get this done earlier. Anyway, an artillery unit south of the Waal has the range to provide defensive artillery support to the 1st Airborne at Oosterbeek. So this is the Waal. So an artillery unit south of this river can provide artillery support to airborne here. This location is a perfect spot for the 43rd Division's artillery unit when it arrives. Okay, well, they don't give a specific hex, but I'm going to guess it's this one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Or do you not count this first hex? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, this is 7, yeah. Okay, that's all the hints. And now let's read the expanded sequence of play just for thoroughness. So first you have the weather phase. Weather is determined for both the AM and PM turns at the start of the AM turn. Skip this phase on PM and night turns. You have the Allied player turn and the German player turn, and then the victory check phase. Automatic victory is checked at this time. If neither player won an auto victory, the turn marker is advanced 1 space and another turn is begun. A player turn comprises the following phases. Artillery resupply phase. Allied player turn only. Flip any 2 non-airborne artillery units that can currently trace a supply path to entry area N. Flip all if clear weather, or 1 if cloudy weather, Allied airborne artillery units that can trace an overland supply path to their divisional airborne supply head, itself with an overland supply path to a safe drop hex of its division. German player turn only. Flip any 2 artillery units that can currently trace a supply path to a friendly entry area. On a night turn, flip all artillery units that can trace a supply path to a friendly entry area. So, day turns only 2, night turns all. Got it. The bridge phase. Start the repair of bridges where a good order Allied bridging unit is present, or where automatic repair is possible. German player turn only. Attempt demolition of bridges that are wired for demolition and within 1 hex of an Allied unit. Rewire a bridge for demolition. A bridge may never be rewired and blown in the same phase. The air landing phase, Allied player turn only. Place arriving airborne units in an eligible drop hex and roll on the airborne landing table. If landing on an enemy unit, conduct that combat at this time. The movement phase. So I guess you would land on an enemy unit if... Yeah, I guess that's an option for you. You're allowed to do that. Okay, the movement phase. Place reinforcements in their entry areas. Conduct any of the activities below in any order. Move some, none, or all units. Merge units or create breakdown units. May replace disrupted marker with full retreat. Reveal unknown units that are adjacent to Allied units, except across an unbridged major river. Okay. Conduct auto DS combat against any defending hex where at least 10-to-1 odds are obtained. Indicate the units that participate in that attack with auto DS markers. Airborne units starting on turn 2 may receive returnees. Indicate those that do with a replacement marker. During night turns starting on turn 8, receive 1 replacement if Allied or 2 replacements if German. All units that receive replacements are marked with a replacement marker. Allied player turn only. The German player may attempt demolition of bridges that are wired for demolition. The combat phase. Some, none, or all friendly units may conduct combat against adjacent enemy units. See combat procedure. Breakthrough combat can occur if the CRT result is Defender mandatory retreat or Defender shattered. Allied player turn only. The German player may attempt demolition of bridges that are wired for demolition. The recovery phase. All friendly disrupted and full retreat units that are not adjacent to an enemy unit recover 1 level. Roll on the rally table for those friendly units that are adjacent to an enemy unit. Note, units may be kept in full retreat. Remove all spent, engaged, replacement, and scattered markers from friendly units. The supply phase. Mark all units that are out of supply with an out of supply marker. Remove out of supply markers from those friendly units that can now trace a supply path. Optional rule. On a night turn, roll for isolation attrition of all units that bear an out of supply marker at the start of the phase and are currently isolated. Allied player turn only. Replace eliminated airborne supply heads. Okay. The traffic marker phase. German player turn only. Place any traffic markers from the traffic marker holding box or arriving from the turn record track onto the map. Roll 2 dice and remove the traffic markers with those ID numbers. And that's it. I have read through the entire manual. I am so proud of myself. Cool. And I read through it thoroughly, not just skimming. Okay, so tomorrow I will start on the playbook, not this. This. I can close that. And then once I get through the playbook, I can actually start this game with this guy. And then once I play this game, I'll be able to hopefully quickly try some of the other games in the system. Very cool.